a Zoomer who knows an answer to today's, kind of on our Xfinity mobile guest line. We are going to go to, Casey pointed to a sign.
Sorry.
So, I'm going to go to Luca. Hey there, Luca.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, my man. All right, so here's our question. When was the first year the three-point shot was introduced to the NBA?
The 79-80 season.
Yeah, 1979. You got it, buddy. Hang on just a sec. And we are going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Eliza Schlesinger at the Met Philly on Friday, November 7th at 7 p.m. And for more shows and information and another chance to win, you can head to WMMR.com. All right, on to those entertainment report stories. We'll start with Sydney Sweeney and her fiancé, Jonathan Davino. Hitting a rough patch, and a source tells Us Weekly Sydney and Jonathan have been having major issues but are not fully split.
It's over!
I don't know what, maybe Rambo, or no. Rocky. No, it's Rambo. Yes, who would say that?
Nothing is over! It's over!
So Sydney and Jonathan, like I said, have not fully split, but their wedding, which was supposed to happen this spring, is now off.
Yes, off.
They aren't having further discussions about it, according to the source, and they revealed that Sweeney wanted to cancel everything and couldn't handle the stress.
Preston, all your years reporting on entertainment, all your years dining at the Brown Derby and hanging with the Hollywood elites.
Yes.
You've seen this before.
Yes.
Is this marriage going to happen at all?
No. The in-demand actress...
He says he agrees. Throw him a fish, would you?
The in-demand actress's career could be to blame for being a major strain on their relationship. A source said that she doesn't have a lot of downtime, and it causes tension in their relationship. Sydney is really focused on her career. Jonathan wishes they were able to spend more quality time together.
She, listen, she's a stunner, obviously, but I mean, every interview and the project she's working on, she's really trying to make a legit career. So, and I think, I don't know if you can be, doing both things at the same time.
Yeah. So to add even more evidence of breakup rumors, and we mentioned this yesterday, fans noticed that just a couple of days ago that a New Year's Eve photo of Sweeney and Davino kissing has disappeared from Instagram. They've been together since 2018, got engaged in 2022, and they've kept their relationship pretty private during that time. So, actress Olivia Culpo, or is she a singer?
She's
she's just an actress.
She was a dancer. Jinx, oh my God!
I don't know much about her. She was in The Other Woman and I Feel Pretty, movies I have not seen.
Yeah.
But anyhow, she's excited to be a mom for the first
Yay.
time. Speaking with People, the model shares that she is so excited and grateful to be pregnant. Yeah. She said, I've been dreaming for this for a long time and it's very special. Culpo is excited to start making traditions with her new family and is excited to watch her husband, Christian McCaffrey, grow as a father as well.
Okay, all right. So her husband is, one of the elite running backs in the NFL?
Oh.
Okay, so,
okay.
All right.
It is fun. She said it's fun growing your family with someone that you really love, and just being able to see Christian as a dad will be really exciting.
To think this little bundle of joy came out of my butthole.
Culpo goes on. No, that's wrong. She said, I just know that he's going to be such a good partner and husband and father, and I can't wait to see him step into that role, and it will just be unlike any other experience. So, in case you were wondering, they're very happy.
All right.
Okay. All right, so this was a big deal yesterday. Marvel revealed the cast for their upcoming Avengers movie, Avengers Doomsday. Chances are you're going to recognize a couple of people because the movie is featuring actors from a ton, and I mean a ton of past Marvel projects.
It blew my mind how many people are in this friggin' movie.
So it was a 5.5 hour long live stream that they revealed this. Now, they have since reduced it to a roughly 2-minute version now, but the studio teased Marvel mainstays, and they did it by showing the chairs that they sit in on set. They have the names on the back of them, the captain's chairs, and they slowly, over 5.5 hours, panned across these and slowly revealed the names, and that's how they rolled it out.
There were two relatively significant missing names, in my opinion. One was Hugh Jackman, and these others, Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, so I'll roll down the list of ones. Mainstays like Chris Hemsworth, Sebastian Stan, Tom Hiddleston, Robert Downey Jr., and more are set to return. But some of the cool standouts were from Fantastic Four First Steps. Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Evan Moss-Bacharach, and Joseph Quinn are also set to join. Plus, actors from the original X-Men trilogy, including Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, James Marsden, and others, are set to appear. So I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but listen to this. Anthony Mackie, Letitia Wright, Paul Rudd, Wyatt Russell, Simu Lee, Florence Pugh, Kelsey Grammer, who was Beast, you remember?
Was Beast, in the third movie.
Louis Pullman, David Harbour, Tom Hiddleston already. Alan Cumming is going to be back as Nightcrawler.
I mean, that introduction of that character, and him playing that character, is one of the great scenes in comic book movies.
We were blown away by that. Rebecca Romaine, Channing Tatum. So Gambit's going to be in this one.
And that would not have happened without Deadpool and Wolverine.
So big deal.
So, but of course, Robert Downey Jr. is playing Dr. Doom.
That's correct. Yeah. So these are, they're pulling out all the stops on this one, man. I hope they deliver.
They need this to deliver.
Yeah. Overall, the studio revealed that, all these characters are on board, and they haven't revealed everyone as of yet. So Avengers Doomsday hits theaters May 1st, 2026. Steve, I've gone back and rewatched all versions of the Fantastic Four First Steps trailer. I'm excited for that. It looks like a fresh take on things, and I'm very much looking forward. I hope that delivers.
And if they stay with that, I agree. Yeah. I love these sort of parallel period piece, retro look. I love that they're doing everything to look like the original comics, in vibe, in color selection, these things that do matter to comic book fans. Yeah. So I agree with you 100%.
I haven't felt this way about a movie in a little while, so I'm excited.
The leading theory for Dr. Doom and Robert Downey Jr. is that it'll be a variant of Tony Stark.
Yep.
So at some point there'll be a multiverse crossover, and Tony Stark will become Dr. Doom.
I think that was actually in the comic books.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, do we know who's going to be doing the score?
For this one yet?
Yeah.
No.
Good question. Yeah, we were watching a movie yesterday, and at the end of it, it popped up, and I just see Michael Giacchino on the screen. I wish I remembered what it was, but
He's amazing.
So cool.
Yeah,
I want to see what the status of his Them movie is. He's been working on it for a while, about the giant ants.
Oh, the ants. Yeah, he talked to us about that. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, we shall see. All right, so some other stories. After a weekend in which former Impractical Jokers star Joe Gatto was hit with not one but two different sexual assault allegations, by the way, which he has denied the allegations. He has now voluntarily begun inpatient care at a treatment facility and canceled all upcoming dates on his current comedy tour. So, Kathy, I think he got in touch with Dumb Bitch
I'm sorry.
PR.
We have, what's it called?
Privacy.
privacy.
Client privilege.
Yeah, so I can't speak on that.
There's an NDA on that.
Yeah.
So he said in a statement, having taken some time to reflect, I've decided to voluntarily enter an inpatient program to continue working on myself. I just want to thank my friends, fans, especially my family for all their support, never more so than over the last few days.
So as we were recalling his recent history, he had left the group. Mm-hmm. We believe, at least it was painted as him leaving the group voluntarily to go whatever he was off doing. Yeah. And we think is probably in relationship to this, right?
Maybe. I mean, it raised my eyebrows a little. I'm like, okay.
It shows a huge hit.
Yeah. Why leave? We couldn't figure out why he was walking away from it. Yeah. And, you know, those guys have been buddies since high school.
Forever.
So, you know, maybe this is part of it. I don't know. It's a little conjecture, but you never know.
You'll see us pop up at charity events next.
Oh, okay. That'll be next.
Yeah, that's this. We're putting splints on puppies.
Right.
Broken legs.
Superstar ghost hunter Zach Baggins. You know this guy, Steve?
Oh, I know him very well. Ghost Adventures every Saturday night on TLC.
Well, his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Holly Madison, are off again.
Oh. So to understand this guy, like when Ed Hardy shirts are right there, they were the big, he would wear those.
Right.
He is... He's quirky, though, and as much as I enjoyed hating him, I've sort of come around to I appreciate, and goober's a perfect word. That's what he is.
Goober.
Yeah.
Is his girlfriend the Playboy?
Yes. So Baggins and the former girlfriend, she was former girlfriend of Hugh Hefner, have dated with breaks for the last 6 years. but it may be for real this time.
He was very candid. He said he could still taste the tapioca.
TMZ spoke to Baggins, who said, I won't get into the details, but I'll just say that we have shared so many great memories and fun times. I'll always have love in my heart for her and wish the very best for her. I'm dating now and moving on.
So Zach Baggins has that paranormal ghost museum in Las Vegas. We've talked about it a number of times. And if someone's putting a bid like on a piece of Manson memorabilia or John Wayne Gacy stuff, 9 times out of 10, it's him.
The two have reportedly unfollowed each other on Instagram. So it's serious, people. You know this.
She ghosted him.
Just days after the news broke that Teresa Giudice and her husband, Luis Ruelas, were on the hook for over $3 million in taxes.
Wow.
The reality star showed up on social media in a T-shirt that many thought showed that she just didn't get it. On Monday, she shared a #Monday Motivation Instagram post showing off her glam, which she paired with an ironic T-shirt that reads, I speak fluent French. Hermes, Chanel, Dior, Saint Laurent. And followers were quick to point out the bad optics with comments like, you should get a shirt that says liens and taxes. I think that's more appropriate. And, the prosecutors are going to love this. The general sentiment was read the room because they had just been hit with that lien. So
What do you think her general level of wealth is? I mean, she's been at this for a long time. She has a couple of companies.
I mean, there were rumors of billionaire a while back, right? So I don't know.
Can she absorb the $3 million? Is that going to be? Yeah.
If she, maybe not billionaire, but hundreds of millions. I thought I remember hearing. So
No, that's not her. That's the other one with the skinny.
who is that?
Same.
Giudice, right?
No. The one you're thinking about is the skinny water.
That is who I'm thinking about.
Yeah, no, that's not her.
No, Teresa Giudice and her husband both did jail time for maybe like tax evasion or something like that.
Oh, wow.
She's one of those. She's had that. She's been a long time.
Bethany Frankel.
Bethany
Bethany
Frankel.
Frankel.
But she's one of the OGs as well, Giudice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
What the hell am I talking about this bitch for?
Yeah.
Bethany Frankel made a ton of money on the skinny girl stuff.
Yes.
And that's who Preston was thinking of.
Then I don't know. To answer your question,
Go to hell, right?
I don't know.
Go to hell,
No
Teresa
idea.
Giudice.
All right, Zendaya has been tapped to portray girl pop icon Ronnie Spector in a new biopic about her life. I think that's good
I
casting.
do think that's good casting.
Be My Baby will be directed by Academy Award winner Barry Jenkins.
Kathy, are you and your friend going to do the soundtrack?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Just like
We
a
have
Ronnie
to. I
thing.
mean, yeah, they haven't called us yet.
Before Casey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you find
The voicemail?
the messages of Kathy's friend calling her and leaving her these messages? If you've never heard this before, you're a longtime listener to the show, you know it, but we'll play this in a moment if you can find it. Before the singer died in 2022, Spector was an executive producer on the film and handpicked Zendaya to play her on screen.
Well, there you
So
go. Doesn't get better than that.
She chose her.
Hey, Marissa.
Nope, that's not it.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Sorry,
sorry.
just checking voicemail here.
The film is expected to focus not only on Spector's life as leader of the Ronettes, but her tumultuous marriage to superstar producer and convicted murderer Phil Spector.
He was brutal. She was brutalized by him.
Most definitely. And stalked for years
Yes.
after they broke up. No word yet on when production will begin. So, nothing yet, Chris?
Man, I just don't.
Be my little baby?
No, he's asking. Keith, would you be his little
Would you
baby?
be my little
I
baby?
would be your little baby. Yeah.
Come here. Let me
Sit on
let
my
me
lap.
suckle you.
Come here.
Aw, man.
Let me kiss you.
I wanna kiss you.
I wanna kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
Come here.
Wait, so while you're looking for that, let me just tell you a quick story.
You
So,
want to kiss me?
this friend of mine, Amy, who now lives in the area, she lived in Denver for a long time. And when Marissa's husband, Matt, had his first brewing company out there, she was like well aware of him, knew the beer, loved it. And she now, has moved here. But I just told her that Matt's back out there, working again in Denver.
yeah?
Oh, that's wild.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so we'll move on to some other stories.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right, man.
No problem.
But we do have to track that
Yeah,
down
we
at
do.
some point. The Mystery Machine will roll once again. Netflix has announced that it is moving ahead with a live-action Scooby-Doo series. The 8-episode series will serve as a prequel of sorts, investigating the origins of the famous mystery-solving teen gang and their talking dog.
You've heard the revelation with the casting, right? Shaggy is Daniel Day-Lewis.
What?
Shut
Yeah.
up.
He's back?
Hey, listen, if they really said that, I know that he would pull it off.
Yes,
like he is that
he
good.
would go that immersed
He
into
would.
it.
He would. The official storyline and spoiler of sorts here. During their final summer at camp, old friends Shaggy and Daphne get embroiled in a mystery surrounding a lonely, lost Great Dane puppy that may have been a witness to a supernatural murder. To get just the word puppy gets you to go home.
It does. Well, Great Dane puppies. Yeah.
Together with the scientific townie Velma and the strange but handsome new kid Freddie, they set out to solve the case that is pulling each of them into a creepy nightmare that threatens to expose all of their secrets.
Always loved this series, even though I was maybe I was a little bit older than when it first came out. But and I said this many times before, as the animated series evolved, it was always some guy pretending to be a werewolf or whatever, and then they actually started having werewolves, and monsters and things like that.
Dude, Parker, my oldest, he still likes watching Scooby-Doo.
My God, they're fun.
I can't watch the new ones though.
The movies or the animation?
The animation.
Yeah.
I'm OG when it comes to Scooby.
Yeah. I agree. Preston, I was watching. I've been watching last night. Somehow it came up on Amazon Prime. I was watching episodes of Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. Remember that?
Yeah, Sid and Marty Krofft.
Yeah. Dr. Shrinker.
Absolutely. Rochelle and I were watching an episode of MASH last night.
Get out.
Oh my gosh. I used to watch it with my dad.
Yeah. So casting for the series has not yet begun, by the way. Hulu's Only Murders in the Building is adding on to its already stacked star-studded lineup with two-time Oscar winner Renee Zellweger for season 5 now. This is slowly becoming like the
show to go on.
A-list celebrity cameo show. I mean, it's obviously got the star power with the 3 stars of the show, but
who's going to be on is now a thing.
Yeah.
They're trying to get Daniel Day-Lewis as Shaggy.
While details about her role are under wraps, the new season will focus on solving the murder of Lester, the doorman, played by Teddy Kaluka. Zellweger joins a growing list of season 5's A-listers, including, as we said earlier, Christoph Waltz, Téa Leoni, Keegan-Michael Key. The last season featured names like Meryl Streep, Eugene Levy, Zach Galifianakis, and Ava Longoria. And that earned them their first SAG Award for Comedy Series Ensemble.
Where did you bail, Preston? How far did you make it in?
Most of the way through the first season.
Okay, all right.
And I never finished it.
All right.
So I'll come back.
It's one of my favorite shows on TV, but what they did with Paul Rudd is fascinating because he was one of the stars in season 3, and then the way that they brought him back in season 4 is really well done. So it just continues to be innovative and fun and creative, and I love it.
Do you know what I say? If you get involved with season 2, Preston, and I think we talked about this, Nick, is that it actually has a real, I want to say darker, but there is, the
murder mystery part of it.
A murder mystery.
Yeah, you're trying to figure out who the murderer is and why they got murdered, and every season it's one main murder, but it's it's kind of dark and scary in points.
Do all the murders indeed take place in the building?
Most of them do.
Why have the police not cracked down?
They have.
Okay.
You would think people would start moving out.
That's what I would think, but I know it's a TV show.
Yeah.
All right. We now have the audio. This is Kathy's friend.
Oh, Amy.
Amy would call her regularly and leave messages with a note to. And the reason we're bringing this up is because there's a Ronnie Spector biopic that's in the works, and of course she sang that part in the Eddie Money song of "Just Like a Ronnie Sang." Be My Little Baby. So here we go.
Just like a Ronnie said, just like a Ronnie said, be my little baby. Hey, it's me. Call me back. Bye. End of message. Just like a Ronnie said, be my little baby. Baby, my darling. End of message. Just like a Ronnie said. I said it just like a Ronnie said. Be my little baby. End of message. I'm not sure if you've heard, but just like a Ronnie said, or just like a Ronnie said. Didn't know if you heard what he said, so call me back. Bye.
I think my favorite one is coming up.
End of message. I said it just like a Ronnie said. End of message. I can feel you breathe. I can feel your heartbeat faster, faster. Take me home tonight. I don't want to let you go till you see the light. Take me home tonight. Listen, honey, just like a Ronnie said. Be my little baby. Be my little darling. I'm feeling hungry. End of message. Hey, it's me. What are you doing this weekend?
That's my favorite one.
Does she still do it?
No, you know what? Not really.
man.
I think I can't remember why we got on that song, and it just when she lived out in Denver, we would call each other and leave messages, and that was part of it. I did it with her as well. I would sing on her voicemail as well, and I forget it started somehow in college. I'll have to ask her what the original story is.
You probably don't leave voicemail messages anymore.
Yeah,
true.
texting
You
back
A lot
and
of
forth.
people don't.
Yeah.
But you need to do it for old school.
You know
sake.
what? Just text the lyrics.
You could leave her a voice memo. You could like text her a voice memo.
Yes.
You can
Yeah,
do
maybe-
that. That will guarantee, so you don't have to worry about her not being there to pick up the phone.
I can
and
just
you can
send it
send
to her.
that. Yeah. You guys-
She lives here now, and she listens on her way into work. I don't know if she leaves this early, but she's an everyday listener
Well,
now.
see, if she is, she'll text you the lyrics this morning. That'll
She
be the
will.
litmus test.
All right, and then Kathy, this one to wrap up with: a new Yellowstone spinoff could be headed to CBS, with early talks underway for a procedural series starring Luke Grimes reprising his role as Casey Dutton. While details are scarce and no details are set, the show would be produced by MTV Entertainment Studios, just like the original.
Just like the original said.
The potential series follows news that Cole Hauser and Kelly Riley will reprise their roles as Rip Wheeler and Beth Dutton in another upcoming project. Taylor Sheridan's Yellowstone universe keeps on expanding with prequels 1883 and 1923, plus the series The Madison, starring Michelle Pfeiffer, set to come out next year. Good God.
So anything that Taylor Sheridan's involved in now, I'll watch.
Yeah, I know.
But Luke Grimes, his character and his wife, that was kind of like I was bored by their storyline on the show. Yeah, it was okay, but it was like the least impactful for me.
So this spinoff has not a lot of interest to you?
I mean, I would definitely be more of the Rip and Beth spinoff.
Rip and
'cause-
Beth?
Yeah.
All right, we are ready to roll some clips. Oh, joy. The Paul twins are now reality stars with their new show, Paul American. And in this clip, Logan Paul talks about how parts of both him and Jake's romantic relationship are no longer private.
We got the ladies on board, and truthfully, it's part of why this show is even being made, because it's a side of our lives, our love lives, that the internet has never seen before.
I don't think I want to see it.
Paul American is now streaming on
I call American.
All
Max.
America. I get it now. Okay.
All right, next clip. Mufasa, the Lion King, was a smash hit in the box office. And in this clip, Aaron Pierre relates himself to the noble King Mufasa and what qualities they have in common.
I think for Mufasa, I really empathize with the fact that he is unduly hard on himself and expects himself to have answers to questions that he hasn't had the life experience to know.
I don't think I want to see it.
Mufasa, the Lion King, is now available to stream on Disney Plus. And that's all I got in the entertainment report.
That's
for
all you
this
need.
morning. Yeah, that's all we need. We have a few things happening on today's program. Joining us in studio, Annie Lederman, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club for one show tonight, 8 o'clock, stopping by our studio today. The Phils get started. Season begins. It is time for baseball, folks. And the Phils are kicking off in Washington. Our buddy John Brazer, director of Fun and Games, and our travel companion, of course, for spring training, will be here this morning to tell you what you can expect during the season.
He's also an elephant handler, Preston.
He's an elephant handler, and we will also have your shot at winning some tickets, so get set for that. And one we're very excited about as well, Natalie Dormer will be on the program today around 9:30, and she is in the movie Audrey's Children, which is about Audrey Evans, who created the Ronald McDonald House, an oncologist right here at CHOP.
Yeah.
Cool little story in our town, and a really great actress. So we will talk to her about that. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment, and we'll journey through this Thursday morning together. Stay right there.
And listen, people, showed up some were in suits, and other women were wearing black, but other people were a little more casual. I had like a long dress on. It really didn't matter, but they were a little over the top. It just was a little much. At one point, they were doing the electric slide in the backyard to not the electric slide music.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, okay, we're enjoying music because his friend is here playing. sit down.
Right,
Sit the hell
yeah, yeah.
down.
This was just those two?
Yeah.
Just alone doing that?
Alone, just the two of them doing the electric slide in the middle of the yard.
I know.
Sit down.
I get that you're trying to go for a more upbeat vibe, but I don't know how. I don't know if I'd know how to act.
Listen, and everyone was kind of like, what are they
Do we have
doing?
fun?
How well do you? I know their family, but how well do you know them? I mean, do you only see them at family functions once in a great while?
This couple?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I only see him every once in a while. Fortunately, I don't have to be subject to him
Panama
that
Jack?
often.
Yeah.
Panama Jack and his 75-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
So them, no, I am not all that close with.
Anybody say anything to him?
Well, at the end of the night, when she told the widow's wife that she was a bad mother, then people said something to her.
Whoa.
Okay.
No.
Wow.
So,
Wait,
And this is the girlfriend.
this is the girlfriend who half of us have never even met.
How long have they been dating?
I don't know. Okay,
What a bitch.
Oh my God.
That's
You have-
just a bad person.
Yeah, it was pretty late when it finally all wrapped up and ended.
Did she arrive in a golf cart by any chance?
No, I don't know.
Steal it from the retirement home?
I don't know. And I avoided them at all costs. I just kept telling my brothers, I was like, I'm avoiding the situation. Like, I'm not going near them. I'm avoiding them. So, of course, I'm waiting in line for the bathroom, and both of them walk out of the bathroom together. I'm like,
Oh
really?
my God!
Yeah.
They were banging in the bathroom.
I think
they were
doing
snorting.
something.
I think they were probably doing something else in the bathroom. I don't know that they were banging. So then I ended up having to be in a conversation with them, which was awesome, which is where I learned she was 46.
Yeah, by the way, if you're 60, wouldn't you rather be looking good for 60 or terrible for 46?
You better look good for 60
Yeah,
than terrible
right?
for 46.
Exactly. And you know what, though? And she ruined it because she told a story later on in the day.
About meeting Eisenhower?
No, that aged her. Yes, that aged her. And me and my mom figured it out. And we're like, okay, she's at least 58.
So I told him Normandy invasion will work. But anyway, enough about me.
A couple of people are texting and saying, "Hey, you can't have funeral without fun."
Yeah.
No,
You know
and
what?
listen, but there was. Listen, like my cousin who passed away, his brother is a very fun person, and he was distraught over the loss of his brother, but enjoyed himself, had fun. We told stories about him. There was fun to it. It wasn't this couple didn't
They
need to
killed
do
it.
that.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
The difference
killed
between-
it. They made it awkward, and they were disrespectful.
Right. It's the difference between a pleasant, upbeat affair, a positive, life-affirming memory.
Celebration of life as opposed to, look at me!
You
Oh my
honestly,
God.
you really you need to take the lead from those closest to the deceased, right? So those most affected by the deceased death,
You follow
whether
that.
a husband, wife, kids, brother, sister, whatever, you take the lead from them. If they seem to be having a good time and upbeat and all that sort of stuff, then you take that lead, right? If they're not, then you need to kind of be at their level or lower. Yeah.
But, I mean, your cousin's just an a-hole. I mean, that's all there is to it. Was the family all talking about it?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the risk you run with something like that, is that people... But again, someone who has even the most basic social skills would know how far to push it. You should not be doing the electric slide.
Yeah.
At a funeral.
And so, even though it's a completely different occasion, they would be the a-holes at the wedding, too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure. They clearly had some issues that need to be worked out. So I'm sure that was the main reason for them. But
This is the way we did it at Gatsby's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't into it. And
Yeah.
What's that? I can't wait to see Ham-Ass 2, Casey's Revenge.
Ham-ass.
Some
Wait,
people...
what was Ham-Ass 1?
Yeah. Maybe the first.
A lot of people were calling for now my involvement with the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Miney and the effed up horse gets made finally.
Finally. There's that one, and what was the other movie?
What was the other one that
Isn't there another
we kept
one?
referencing?
Oh, yeah. Stinky and...
Stinky
Goes to college?
Does it Stinky go to
No.
No.
My name left up, or maybe it's Stinky.
I think it's Stinky Goes
Is
to
it
College.
Stinky Goes to College? Okay.
It's Stinky Goes to college.
There's a couple of other
There was a script floating around for one of them. For
Miney and the effed up horse.
Yeah.
Well, there was a cast listing for
Yeah,
that.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was a movie that we would have loved to have had made. I think it was the time that Barbaro got sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miney
And
the effed up horse.
Miney, wasn't that when the miners in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania were stuck underground?
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's a powerful story.
Miney.
It's like that Antonio Banderas movie meets Seabiscuit.
An author, his name is Yuval Harari, argues in his book, which is called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, that gossip is the foundation of our species' survival. Gossiping or sharing social knowledge involves retrieving previously acquired information about an individual from our vast social network, a process that's more complicated than this sounds.
So how far does it go back?
It goes all the way back, I guess.
Guess who put finger in Stegosaurus?
Oh, my God.
Are you effing kidding me, Og? Saw it with own eyes. Put finger right in Stegosaurus. Then sniffed it. Get out. Saw it
With own eyes.
with own eyes. I bet at some rudimentary level it was part of campfire talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Stegosaurus facing away. Og walk up, finger go in. I saw it. Own eyes. Of course,
it's the original storytelling, probably, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a response to somebody texted over. Give me the story again about the Stegosaurus, please, because I have a response to that.
All right. Og, put finger in Stegosaurus. Saw with own eyes.
Shut the front rock.
So dumb. You are so dumb.
Yeah.
Shut the front rock.
Saw it.
And somebody also said, get out of cave. Shut the front rock. So thank you to Clint Buffington.
Clint Buffington. Sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. Name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt
Buffington.
Biffington.
Biffington.
Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger? Biffington. Clunt. Biffington. Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. There's many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Oh, my God.
Clunt. Well, you heard it now.
So he is he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. Guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating out there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So it was
that was
cool.
Cramp Difford.
Cramp Difford. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or
Yeah,
okay?
That's exactly how
that
it
can be
was.
dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having sex when Notebart drove into a canal.
Wow.
The crash left his wife, Amanda, dead at the... And Matthew severely injured at the hospital. Deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's why I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you can both see what's
exactly,
coming up.
Yeah, you can both
Look
steer.
out! Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the
Yes.
steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Good.
You're holding on the wheel. It's like this. You're holding on
could.
the wheel. You're hunched over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
It could do that.
Trust me.
All right. We'll
Did it in the Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never had I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
No, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, it's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled hot soup.
Hot soup. That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, "Yeah, right.
right.
Soup. Minestrone. Minestrone. Chicken noodle.
Chowder.
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill.
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea. Clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat. I had a bad dream. Third leg of the stool, open barn door. What are you saying?
He just blurts them out. Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
A lipstick. Apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says, by the way, we have a new text number soon to be followed by a new Xfinity mobile guest line. Right now, it's just for texting, and that number is 610-660-9333. You're going to want to hang on to that if you want to text in the word Zoom and, jump on the show with us. But eventually, that's going to be the number that you call as well.
So you would use that. Is it a Pahone? How's it pronounced?
Phone.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a PH. It sounds like an F.
All right.
That's the new
We'll have
device.
that?
Yeah. So we will have the phones running in near. So contests will eventually go to that as well. We'll include it all. We'll do contests and interactions with Zoom and text and phone as well. It's just the Xfinity mobile guest line is not operational as of yet, but it will be soon. So just want you to be aware of that. By the way, we did get a text, Kathy, referring to the audio we played earlier. It just says, "I love you, Kathy's friend." So it's her singing the Just Like Ronnie sang. Hey, there is a lot going on in our city. So it's time for the beat, folks. City beat time.
Wow, he's the man with the beat on the street, only pausing to beat his meat. He's Preston.
Wow. That took a change. All right, so saw this story in the Philly Voice this morning, and wow, the Eagles are parting way with the Eagles pep band.
So saw this in the Inquirer today.
Yep.
And I literally had a whiplash moment. I think, to me, it seemed almost inextricable from the pep band.
Well, they helped make this song the unofficial anthem of the Eagles and pretty much the whole city.
They brought it back.
They did. So I have the story here.
All right, cool.
So the band started in 1996, and they traveled with the team last month to New Orleans for the Super Bowl. But they were stunned to hear about it yesterday that they are done. Now, Bobby Manshore, who we've had on the program and the band many, many times throughout the years, has said, we are not bitter. He said, it's been glorious. Super Bowls and being on the field and meeting families and players and friends. He said, we walk away with a smile on our face. The Eagles, as reported by CBS 3, have decided to evolve their in-stadium entertainment, and the team now has a DJ at every home game. The Eagles pep band will be let go in early April, so very, very soon, and it will play an already contracted gig for the Eagles this morning in Montgomery County. I don't have the details on what that is or where it is, but yeah, they're going to be done.
My question I asked, sorry, Kathy, to Casey earlier this morning is, does this preclude them from going out and simply doing Eagles? And will the organization step in the way if they're going out and doing parties and stuff?
Cease and desist, essentially.
Right,
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, they may have an issue with them using the name Eagles Pep Band, and it may have to change to something else. But
I wonder if
this
it's
is so
just
weird.
Well, if it's just terminating them getting bookings through the Eagles organization, maybe that's an aspect to it. I don't know. I mean, they seem like it's an important thing.
Yep. So they regularly make appearances throughout the area, playing their version of Fly Eagles Fly at weddings, parades, and other functions. They perform at tailgates before kickoff. They sing the song on the field before home games. It's played after every touchdown at the link. It was played minutes after the Eagles won their second Super Bowl, and
Now they've done funerals.
Exactly.
It would seem the timing is weird. We just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The fight song was a huge thing all season long. To do this now is weird. It would seem more likely to do it like in a lull for the organization.
There's no rhyme or reason. But they apparently, from what Bobby's saying, and I don't know if this is just a brave face forward, that they're okay.
So here's the history behind how the song came to be, because they helped create it in a sense. So the Eagles hired the pep band in 1996 to play music in the parking lot of the Vet. And it was Bobby Manshore, Brian Saunders, Anthony Skull DeMeo, and they wore Ricky Waters jerseys, and they called themselves the Fly Guys. That's how they started. And then the team gave them, at the time, an old tape of the Eagles' victory song, which was originally written in 1957 by Charles Borelli and Roger Cortland, who were two Philadelphia advertising guys. The lyrics, "Fight Eagles, fight on your way to victory," it began, were printed in the team's programs at Connie Mack Stadium, and the song was performed by the Sound of Brass, a marching band that the Eagles introduced in the 1960s. But the original victory song didn't really resonate, and it faded away. So that never really took until these guys got a hold of it.
And now that's it. That's the song.
They picked up the tempo. They wrote the now iconic phrase, "Fly, Eagles, fly," which was not in the original song. They changed about 20% of the words. They swapped out on the lyric, "On your way to victory," to "On the road to victory," and then transformed the old tune into a sing-along.
I love it. When did the Eagles chant start?
Agles?
Yeah.
Steve, you're spelling it wrong.
I know.
Yes.
I don't know the history of that one, Case. So they soon, according to Saunders, he said, when I put the words "Fly, Eagles, fly" in, it fit like a glove. It was perfect, and I wanted the masses to sing along. So they soon became the Eagles pep band. They ditched the Waters jerseys, and they took their tune back to the parking lots. And he said, we handed this, I think it was Bobby said, we handed out pieces of paper to every tailgate we went to. We sold it to the parking lots. Instead of parading through, we'd stop at tailgates and talk to people. And we got phone numbers, and we just connected with people. And soon they were like, "Can you show up at our tailgate?" And so that was their thing. They would bop around from tailgate to tailgate and play the songs. And so they did this real grassroots thing out in the parking lot.
So I wonder if they are again, can they continue doing that? Because just if they're not simply working and being booked by the Eagles organization and giving that moniker, the official pep band of the Eagles, but they can still do what they were doing in this way and be hired for various things, does that leave that open? We should check in with Bobby and see what the story is. Because, I mean, I think we're all kind of, crestfallen that they're...
Yeah.
I just don't understand why. There seems to be no reason.
To be honest, I think that the Eagles pep band should almost be like when a cast member moves on, they bring somebody else in, and just keep this going for decades.
Agreed.
They should keep they should and it should be per the band. If somebody moves out, somebody else comes in, and they just keep. Eventually, it'd be a new lineup of guys after everybody dies, and just carries on. I think that should absolutely be a part of this. So, I have a feeling, with enough noise being made, that they'll change their minds. Don't you think so?
I mean,
I'm surprised it made it this far.
Yes.
That they had meetings and they were like, okay, and everybody and people signed off on it.
Yeah, then no one said, "Case, well, let's find another iteration, or let's find another way to use them."
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to do this.
Dude, is it the corporate guys again?
The suits.
Just
sitting there smoking their stogies.
I mean, they don't have their finger on the pulse, I feel like.
I think the other angle that we're kind of missing is, like, in my mind anyway, the more Eagles stuff, the better. There's room for all of it. And not only is there room for all of it, if you expand, Preston, you alluded to this at the beginning, like they want to do more in-stadium stuff. Fine. Keep these guys outside or have them in the parking lot or wherever.
Exactly.
It doesn't, none of that matters.
I don't know. Maybe they can't afford it.
Yeah, you're right. They have been struggling lately.
Jesus, come on.
For one season, they moved Matt Cord out of the announcer position in the arena, and people went nuts over it. People were not happy with it. They weren't happy with the replacement. They weren't happy with where they moved Matt and what they had Matt doing. And the very next season, they put him back in his spot.
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of blowback on this because again, they've revised and they've created the chant the way it is today. It's everything.
I mean, Kathy, people are angry at our new text line. So, any change in Philadelphia,
right.
that people struggle with. No, it does not always go well.
How about this? How about we put the pep band in charge of our new text platform?
Yeah. They could be our new text support.
Didn't we just recently talk about how 6ABC got rid of the Action News theme song for a hot minute and that didn't go over well? Or something along those lines?
They were briefly using Smack My Bitch Up.
That's weird.
And it was just made no sense. No, I think there's comfort in that. There's comfort in having this.
Yes. Yeah.
I can't think of anything that's more jubilant than them.
Yeah, than those guys.
And they're just quirky cool.
Yeah, I agree.
You think they pissed somebody off?
I think
No, because I don't think Bobby would make a statement like that.
Me neither. I'm just wondering, is there a part of the story that we don't know?
Maybe. By the way, season tickets went up 11% last year.
This year.
Why?
Yeah.
Or this year. This coming season.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well,
Joey.
Listen,
Wow.
I'm okay with a price hike if you win a Super Bowl, right? If the Sixers, with the abysmal season
They're
they're having
talking
this
about raising him
season.
to $3, Case.
Ben bailed on that game last night.
Oh, he did?
They had those tickets for $20 for him and his friends, and Steve. It was funny. I was chatting with him yesterday afternoon. He's like, it's just so bad. And he's like, I don't want to subject myself to it. And I don't know anybody who's a bigger Sixers fan than my son. He absolutely loves the team. And he was like, it wasn't worth the $20 to go down to the game last night.
I wonder, can you get sweet tickets for real cheap?
You probably can get any ticket you want at this point. Yeah, real cheap.
Wow.
Please? No, thanks.
So going back to, the pep band, next season the song will still be played after the touchdowns. But the band that helped, get it going will not be there to perform it. I got to believe this will change.
We need to find out if they're going to be in the parking lot, if they're still going to be as an entity unto themselves available for bookings and events.
Yep.
Because if they, I think there's a happy medium there someplace, but I think it's a misstep to extract them from the organization.
Okay. I've got some other City Beat things. Yeah. All right. This is a pretty wild story that Nick came across in Kathy. What's the website? The Conchi website? Anything but no.
More than the
more
curve.
than the curve. Not anything but the curve.
Yeah.
Dear God, not the curve.
Anything but the butt.
Dear God, not the curve.
Not the butt.
You should buy that.com too.
More than the curve. So this is wild. Conshohocken-based company Luna Train has announced they announced in February that it is developing a privately owned, operated, and maintained passenger rail service to connect major cities and destinations. The service will focus solely on sleeper trains in express nonstop service. In the announcement, it states that Luna Train is designed to serve the growing number of solo travelers, couples, and families living in major metropolitan regions that want a practical alternative to short-haul flights and driving long distances. The company was founded by a gentleman named Mike Avina, a Conshohocken resident. The 2019 Drexel grad was previously the head of IT at Ori Biotech and Community Therapeutics. And in 2024, Avina was named to Drexel's 40 Under 40 for his leadership in several early-stage companies. Luna Train is working to establish, it says here, a network of night trains that extends across the East Coast and Midwest, connecting cities that are too far for daytime trains to serve effectively. And the focus will be on creating a service network between cities that mainly involves trips that can be completed in a single night. And comfort is going to be key. Like, they're going to make these really cool and nice.
So I follow a guy who's a traveler who kind of focuses in on this sort of stuff. And he focused on, I think I mentioned it on the air before, about a bus line that's catching on that's very, Preston, you have like your own little berth in the bus, and it is exactly for that overnight travel. So you sleep, and they have all the amenities and like Tempur-Pedic and the mattresses and the linens and all that stuff.
Okay.
And so you're not going to get a full like jammed in bus. It's a little bit more of a premium price, but you arrive in comfort. And so this is the focus now. Is instead of we think of these long-term trips, these overnight trips, as I said, something that might be an inconvenience as a driver, I got to get there.
Yeah.
This can take care of that.
I think he's a young guy too.
Yeah, he is.
40.
Oh,
Yeah. He was 2019 Drexel grad.
oh my God.
Yep. So comfort will be key. Like I said, the service will offer special types of sleeping cabins to accommodate various passenger types from solo to groups and will include the latest technology to keep travelers connected. Avina completed a feasibility analysis for the project in the first half of 2024 and has since developed robust financial projections for North American night trains. And he is now working with potential customers and industry partners on the detailed design and development of Luna Train.
Have you ever taken a long train trip?
No. Longest I've taken was to Boston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have not either. I would love that. I had looked at these Scottish. I forget the.
Like the Grand Executor.
Which is
the one that's $25,000 or whatever.
That, Nick, was the reason I did not go with that.
I've actually been lucky enough to do a bunch in Europe, and it's a really nice way to travel. Yeah, you can go from city to city, fall asleep. Casey, I did the one from London to Paris, and it's 3 hours or whatever. You're going 300 miles an hour or 200 miles an hour, and it's a really nice, civilized way to travel. I love it.
Yep. So Avina, like I said, is working to launch a demonstration unit by the second half of 2026 to gather initial feedback on cabin design and use a rapid iterative design process to reach product market fit. And by the way, with the name Luna Train, don't you think that this should be the theme song for this? Luna, Lunatic, Luna Train, Crazy
Right
Train.
there, man.
It all ties in together. I mean, he'd be the perfect pitch man for it.
How much are we talking here?
It doesn't say, Case, as far as like what it would cost you to go to what destination.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
And get this, the guy lives in Conshohocken.
From there, Luna Train will build a fleet of stress-tested and scrutinized sleeping cars for full revenue service. So I don't know, but it sounds interesting to me. I don't know where I'd like to take a fairly short trip to.
What about like Chicago? Like a distance like that where you don't really want to get on a plane, but for the most part, the plane travel is the only real way to do it.
Right.
Would you? I mean, to me, that'd be like the right distance.
I think in this case, like a cruise ship or something like that the travel is part of the time off as well.
Right.
Because you just sit back and relax, and you have some room. If you have some room, as opposed to being shoved in one seat, it's a little more
fun.
Like you're having some fun. Yeah, exactly.
So what about like to Raleigh or to Georgia or to
sure,
right?
Absolutely, down to the Carolinas.
You wouldn't think to fly there necessarily.
Right.
Nick, my cousin did the Chicago sleeper train.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Phils are playing the Cubs out there, and he always wanted to do it. And
Any idea what it cost?
It was expensive.
That's what I thought.
Hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
They're putting sleeper berths on the buses locally in the city, which is good.
Wow, and SEPTA. Man, oh man.
A sleeping berth, please.
So
Wake me up when we get there.
Pretty interesting, and I don't know when. I mean, it's a few years away. Like I said, they're going to have a demonstration unit by the second half of 2026, so nothing's going to be, really up and running for a while if it happens.
So this website or this YouTube channel that I was talking about following, so the guy has written a number of these things. What they will do is they will wrap the, in this case, the buses in this light-killing sort of thing. So the looking out the windows option doesn't quite exist. The idea being that you're going to be asleep and not really, I mean, you can, but so it's not really a sightseeing, deal. It's just meant to get you from one point to the other while you're sleeping.
Can you imagine creating your own train line? What kind of money we're talking here?
And it amazes me, though. Like, that's why I said, and he's young. Like, it just amazes me that these young people are doing this.
It's a super lofty goal.
Yes.
And good on you, man. I hope it happens.
I find trains romantic. That's why the Coldbrookdale thing, the whole Polar Express thing that they do out there with the restoration and the train tracks and adding trains on. It's cool.
Well, and they're doing so much now. They do every season. Like they have like an Easter ride and into the spring they do summer rides. So they're all year round now.
Yeah. So Mike Avina of Conshohocken, good luck to you, sir. And hey, maybe we can do a live broadcast or a trip on the train. Wouldn't it be awesome?
Maybe give us some money.
Yeah, maybe give us a little money.
Meet me at Guppy's for a drink, Mike.
All right. Here's another City Beat story. This is kind of a follow-up to something we were talking about when we were in the general store the other day. So I had mentioned that the number of female sports-oriented sports bars is about to quadruple. Yeah, because there's only, I don't know, like 8 of them in the country.
Right.
And so I saw this story in Philly Voice that I had missed out on and did not know, and it was already written, I think, when I had mentioned that story the other day. But Watch Party PHL, a community of women's sports fans, is looking to open its own bar in Philly next year that would show only women's sports on its TV. So we were wondering out loud, would this type of thing work in Philadelphia? They're going to take a crack at it.
Any chance they'd want to open one on a train? We can combine both, yeah.
Group leaders Jen Leary, Lori Albright, and Fawn McGee and Megan DeTola have launched a GoFundMe. It just came out just recently, last week, with the goal to raise $50,000 to get the project started.
Did you say Fawn Lieberman?
No, not Fawn Leibowitz. Fawn Leibowitz. No, Fawn McGee. So Leary said the business will be open 7 days a week, functioning as a coffee shop in the mornings and as a bar in the evenings, and will feature an event space, studio for live podcasting, and beers from local breweries, including Love City, Dock Street, and Yards. While it won't have a large food menu, Leary said that they will be selling soft pretzels from Center City Pretzel Company and bringing local vendors and food trucks for events.
You know what I've seen popping up a lot are the places that are, say, like a Scotch or a particular type of booze bar in the evening, but in the morning a cafe. Okay. So they're dealing with like sort of gourmet coffees and things of that nature in the morning, and then they roll over so that they're not losing the business at that part of the day.
That sounds like what these guys want to do. Organizers don't have a space yet, but they are looking at spots in Midtown Village and Center City. Leary first started Watch Party PHL in April 2024. She said it was born out of her love for the WNBA. During the height of the pandemic, the virtual community watching games together was a bright spot for her. And when lockdowns were lifted, she wanted to find the same connection in real life. But she had a hard time finding it. She said there was nowhere, absolutely nowhere in the city showing women's sports on TV with the sound on. And it was really born from a need. That's something that I read in that story the other day. They said you could sometimes get them to change the TV to women's sports, but they wouldn't turn up the audio because the overwhelming amount of people wanted to see the men's sports. So the first watch party by the organization was for the title game of the NCAA women's basketball tournament, which featured Philly native Dawn Staley coaching South Carolina to a championship over Iowa, which, of course, was led by phenom Caitlin Clark. The game had an average of nearly 19 million viewers, and it was the first time the women's NCAA championship game outdrew the men's final. While Leary was concerned that the group would have a hard time continuing the momentum from that game, she said Watch Party PHL now hosts multiple events per month with around 150 to 300 attendees and even more for big games.
That's workable.
So it sounds like there's an audience there. So they are going to try to get something going, and we wish them luck because that would be pretty damn awesome. So
if they put something together, we could have maybe a sorority event.
Thought I would pass that along to you. Yeah, totally. All right, so let's do another City Beat story. There's an event coming up this weekend. Runners are going to be taking the scenic route through Philadelphia for the Love Run Half Marathon. And it's
I'm going to kill you.
It's expected to draw more than 11,000 participants for its 12th iteration. The race, which begins and ends at Aikens Oval in front of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, of course, takes participants past City Hall, Love Park, and Boathouse Row.
You going to do the run, Preston? Because you tried a little running a while ago, and it worked out well.
I ran 2 miles and tore my meniscus on my knee.
You said
it was a job.
A part of your spine was protruding out your rectum.
Dude, it sucks.
Man, life slaps you in the face with that stuff. Yeah.
It does. There comes a point where your body says, no, not anymore.
Nope. Yeah. Nope.
And I wouldn't mind. I do when I have gone, and I'm done with it. I will never be able to do it again because that meniscus tear is permanent.
It's permanent. But you enjoyed the running.
I liked it. And I wasn't a regular distance runner or anything like that. I would go out and do, 2 miles at most. but I always enjoyed it. I always got a kick, it was nice being outside.
Are you looking for substitutes? Would you consider javelin?
Javelin.
It's not the same.
Hadn't considered.
Is that good exercise?
No, I'm an elliptical man.
You have to be a real incredible athlete to throw a javelin, but is it good exercise?
I don't know about. You have to be in good shape, as you say.
Looks fun.
Preston,
Right.
You know what you could do, honestly, though I hear them vilified. I think they're kind of cool. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the ellipticals, the mobile ellipticals.
Right.
If I want to get outside, you
just get on
and
your
look
bike
like
instead.
a douchebag.
That's the one problem, is that you look. I was close to getting one, and then I got a ton of feedback that says, yeah, if you want to look like a dick.
They look fun, though.
They
But
do.
listen, sometimes, for people, some people can't run and some people can't ride bikes
Good
because
point.
of their hips and stuff like that.
Yes.
So these stupid looking things like recumbent bikes and these elliptical bikes, they exist for people that can't. I mean,
You're spot on, kid.
Well, but they're always
You're
selling.
spot on.
The people using them in the ads are always in good shape. It's not like they just got out of.
My brother's in great shape. He can't ride a bike. His hips do not allow it.
Okay.
He is a candidate for a young hip replacement. So there are people who are quote unquote in shape, but their bodies can't perform.
Are those the people riding them though?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good point. No, seriously, that is a good point. If you see somebody doing something like that, rather than immediately judging and going, why are you doing that, douchebag?
Yeah.
It might be, this is my only option to get out and do this type of thing.
Nick, the Terry, who we were hanging out with at Camelback Mountain, she was a long distance runner and she can't do it anymore, so she has to ride bikes.
Okay.
Right?
There's something about people that ride incumbent bikes, though, where it turns them into a-holes. And that is an overgeneralization and unfair stereotype, but is 100% true.
There was a dude who had a recumbent bike who'd ride it on the Wissahickon Trail.
Total a-hole?
Quadruple a-hole, like the channel of a-holes.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm just walking to your left, to your left, to your left. Shut up!
I know
but
that people
isn't
are-
that him just warning you that he's coming up?
It is.
I got it the first 85 times
Oh,
he
he kept
said
saying it.
Yes.
Well, maybe he hit somebody one time. I don't know.
I'm going to hit him.
I'm sure people will be angry with me saying that, but you're wrong. They are a-holes.
Wow. Okay.
I was looking at one for a while. The one issue with the recumbent bike is that you're down so low. If you're taking it out on the street or anything, your view, your ability to see and discern what's around you is greatly limited.
So the race on Sunday, besides the half marathon, there's also a simultaneous 7K that follows part of the same route. It is sold out, but it's gonna be happening rain or shine. Kicks off at 7:30. Road closures and parking restrictions will begin as early as 3 a.m. on Sunday. So just a heads up, you can easily do a quick search and find out where those closures are. City officials said traffic delays should be expected during Sunday's run, and drivers should avoid the area by using alternate routes.
So, Preston, is the height of douchiness using one of those glider things with those rounded shoes?
Oh, yeah.
Remember
They're supposed to
those
give you
Oh, yeah.
by walking
They were
extra
Skechers,
exercise.
right?
Was it Skechers? Yeah.
All right, one more story from the City Beat, and this is pretty cool. Highlights from the Eagles Super Bowl season. We'll get an orchestral score at the Mann Center this summer during a performance hosted by Merrill Reese. And it's called A Championship Season, and it will bring the best clips from the team's dominant run to 3 giant screens as the Philadelphia Orchestra performs symphonic music from the NFL film soundtrack.
So is Merrill Reese conducting? Because he did the 2001 theme one time. And do we have that recording case?
Do we?
Yeah. I think that might be kind of cool for the hardcore fan.
NFL Films, which is based in Mount Laurel, will have a vast archive to draw from to help Eagles fans relive the season. This is Merrill Reese directing the Philadelphia Orchestra. In his defense, it was his first time.
His first time.
Yeah.
You get better as you practice.
I want to hear a little more of this.
Oh, crap. I hit the button.
Okay, never mind.
My bad.
It's fading out. Much of NFL Films' original music was written by Sam Spence, who served as an in-house composer from the 1960s to 1990. Spence's scores like Classic Battle, The Magnificent 11, and March to the Trenches are among the hundreds that he wrote for NFL Films.
Is that him?
whose music has become inseparable from the lore of pro football. I don't know. Is this from NFL Films?
This is NFL Films.
Okay, then, he would have written this if it happened before 1990. I don't know.
So name some of the because what we have here is that's called A New Game.
The other one is called I Want to Bite Your Hiney.
This one is called Up She Rises.
That's NFL Films right there.
That almost sounds like a bullfighting entrance.
And then this one is called Roundup.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
What was the one just before?
That was Up She Rises.
I want this to play when I flush the toilet.
Actually, you know what? We had him, we actually called him out of retirement.
Yes.
To write a new jingle for us for our new text line.
Oh.
Do you want to hear that?
Yes, please.
And there's a vocalist on this. Here we go.
610-660-9333. That is our new phone number. You can also text it as well.
So that's, we had him write that.
That's great.
I know it sounds like a Christmas song.
No, it's
But
not.
wait a minute. Originally, it was to the tune of Silver Bells.
Oh,
yeah, it was.
Remember that?
610-660-9333 is our number.
Dear God. Little pitchy on that.
Yeah, a little pitchy. In my defense, I sang that without music.
Really? Oh, this is you and me.
9333 is our number. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So they added the music afterwards?
Yeah.
Well, then I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. Okay. So fans who attend, by the way, this screening of NFL Films and the Eagles, they're going to be covering highlights from the season. They're encouraged to wear Eagles gear and pack a picnic as well. So you can come out and have a bite to eat, enjoy the music and all that stuff with the family.
Can you wear a full football uniform?
Yeah, I would imagine you can. Yeah. Tickets, or you can get tickets through Ticketmaster or at the Man Ticket office.
Case, does that appeal to you, that notion?
I think so. My first, it was just this past Christmas. We did the Muppet Christmas Carol with the Philadelphia Orchestra, and that was my first foray into doing anything like that. And I know that you guys have been to things like that, maybe Star Wars, or Harry Potter, or whatever.
Back to the Future was fantastic. It's so much fun.
It's really, really great. And the sound, I couldn't, as I'm watching the movie and the music is playing, it just felt like it was part of the soundtrack. Now, I don't know what this is going to be like because there's no movie to watch along with it. But
Right. Do you have the recording of the Super Bowl on your DVR still?
Of course I do. Yeah. In fact, I got to go back and watch that again.
So it's going to be Thursday, July 24th at the Performing Arts Center, TD Pavilion in West Fairmount Park. So pretty cool little thing that they're doing there. All right, that's City Beat, folks.
That's it.
That's what's going on in our town. Just thought we would share. We will actually be talking a little bit more about Philadelphia when we have actress Natalie Dormer on the program this morning. She is in the movie Audrey's Children. We just spoke to the writer and producer of the film the other day. It's in theaters nationwide tomorrow, and she plays Audrey Evans, who was the creator of the Ronald McDonald House and a pediatric oncologist, and just a brilliant woman and a really cool story, and obviously she was at CHOP, so it's rooted right here in Philadelphia.
She cut the mortality rate for children in half.
Unbelievable. So we will take a break, and that's going to be around 9:30. We'll have Natalie Dormer on. We have some other guests, too. We'll tell you about in a moment, and we're going to get to the Beat File when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment.
I got you.
And help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
Could make
helping
you feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here, so.
All right, put on something.
Shake 'em.
Anybody? I just did.
Let's hear it so people can
this
hear
is
your
lame, whatever.
how
Oh,
much
my-
lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there?
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay. Here.
This is Kathy's
Wow.
Cosmetics array.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? Now, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to just feel your absolute best.
You want to look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter, and I just got my spring colors. So there's a lot of blushes and roses in there. You know, those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys, let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I going to put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat. Yeah, a little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was supposed to have butter on it. It had cream cheese.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh, my God. Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah. Kathy, this one has pubes all over it.
Oh, it does. Sorry about that. I use it for my own lips.
By the way, Kathy, you can mix colors, right? And get a different.
Sure. Of course.
Yeah.
That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple.
It's broken.
This pearl, or not pearl, plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy. Oh, you little slut, you. You. Somebody's getting ready for a big weekend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Big weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-hoo for us?
That's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over me like some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going yoo-hoo, and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig?
Yes,
we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For the love of God.
This is just. Oh, this is so.
I'm so freaked out right now.
This is awesome.
This looks like the ad for Split 2.
Yes! Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice.
Yeah.
It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to like stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude.
But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant. I feel prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying. Having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh, my God.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Oh, the voice.
Walking along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing about.
Oh, my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying, and I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kind
your
of-
lipstick better.
Yeah, you have better lipstick,
This is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So,
Okay.
She said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh, no. Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then, but
people
you
that are there.
might have it for the entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing that once you apply it, it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But it's, yeah.
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay,
Not for me.
he can do it, though.
Now,
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Had the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister?
No,
Like
no,
an actress,
and
or-
like an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates?
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, like because there's this. The guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like it's sort of just like a neutral lip color. Like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
I forgot about now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women don't do this. When they're listening, they go. They'll jut the lower
kind of
lip.
pouting a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make you. Oh, you're going to ask me something?
Steve, say prune.
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 I have to take a poop.
Pip. Prune.
I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check a perp. Check this picture now. You have indulged your perversion. I will not make your pancakes.
You're better looking than Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
You are?
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. And he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they're recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one, but he did Jurassic World.
Yeah,
and
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. And the fact that he is as nice as he is, and a friend of the show.
Yeah.
And friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Neumann studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
Okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. It's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot or scoring rather the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and
Absolutely.
characters.
That's neat.
And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does.
Yes.
So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Oh, Randy Newman. I love LA. Yeah. who, by the way, he does tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner as well. He won for Up. He won an Oscar. So anyhow, so we show up and we're not sure what to expect. And
you feel out of place and you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Well, we just follow the instructions on where to go. And eventually we're standing outside the store and it says studio. There's a big red light and everything on it. And it wasn't going on. So we just walk in and boom, we're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway. Oh my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, like, everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite Michael. God damn it! That's $50,000. Get him out of here! That guy's head is blocking the screen.
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot. And Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. You know, I mean, he was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was a connection in the first place. Riverside, he invited us back. And so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
Yeah,
here we go.
Okay.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So
It was one day.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a full day. It was just like 18 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
6 days, I think. Just shy of a week.
I was there Saturday I took the red eye in, so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday and
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. A little shout out, a little dipsy doo. Before we get to the bizarre file,
A little dipsy doo.
if you don't mind, I want to send this out, Kathy. This is to our physical therapist, Christine Lecata. It is her birthday today.
Oh, no, I'm supposed to have margaritas with her. It's today?
Oh no. Yes, it is today. And we want to send a shirt. She just had knee surgery on Tuesday. And she needs a little shout out and a little feel better. So this is a shout out. She's got magic hands, that Christine.
Yeah.
She's fixed us up on many occasions.
Yes, she certainly has. She's incredible. And somebody came up to me in Clearwater and was like, I see magic hands too. And I was like, oh, all right.
Nice.
I see dead people.
All right, let's get to some bizarre file stories. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. Wow, how scary is this? A motorcyclist died after he fell into a sinkhole.
Yes.
In the South Korean capital, authorities said yesterday.
Horrific.
The man was in his 30s and was found in cardiac arrest the day after a sinkhole about 65 feet wide and 65 feet deep opened up without any warning as he was driving down a street in Seoul. Dash cam video showed the motorcyclist plunge into the sinkhole while a car in front of him jolted violently as its rear wheels barely avoided the chasm.
Yeah, so he basically fell the height of a 6-story building.
Yeah, the body was discovered about 160 feet below the center of the sinkhole.
Oh, wow.
After an overnight search involving about 40 rescue personnel, rescuers also found the victim's cell phone and motorcycle. The search operation, which lasted 17 hours, was difficult because of the water and soil mixed together at the scene and the entangled heavy machinery from a nearby construction site. But it is, we're looking at the footage of it right now.
So
It's
the car that's right, the
crazy.
vehicle that's right in front of him escapes somehow. It manages, and you see in the footage, it slides back in, but the back tires launch it back over. But this guy had no such luck.
Yep. Passengers on board Cunard luxury cruise liner Queen Anne were warned to stay vigilant while the 113,000-ton vessel passed through waters known for piracy. A TikTok video showed an announcement to passengers as they traveled from Darwin, Australia to Manila in the Philippines through the Sulu Celebes Sea. And you hear in the announcement, this area is known for piracy threats. They said in the loudspeakers on the rooms, as a result, the cruise would be, quote, operating at a heightened level of security alertness during this period, which included the external promenade deck being closed overnight.
Oh, man.
And deck lights on to reduce the ship's external lighting. And passengers were also asked to turn off their stateroom lights and keep their curtains drawn.
Sounds like a fun cruise.
Yeah, right? So the announcement said,
This is the worst kiss cruise ever.
The announcement said, I assure you that measures to prevent an unlikely incident have been well planned, and the likelihood of this happening on a big ship like Queen Anne is absolutely minimum. A representative for Cunard said, as a part of standard maritime procedures, our captains make precautionary announcements when sailing through certain regions. And they said there was no specific threat to the ship or its guests, and our onboard experience remained uninterrupted. In a follow-up post, the TikTok user praised the Queen Anne's onboard security, writing, so all the blinds were shut, the lights were down to a minimum last night. The security did an amazing job keeping watch over the ship last night. Well done, guys.
You can be extremely confident that you're safe. Now, please return to your cabins, stay in the dark, and remain completely quiet.
In another video, she showed off the cruise ship's sonic cannon. Many cruise ships are fitted with a long-range acoustic device which emits a high-pitched targeted noise that can repel attackers.
Does it sound like that Star Wars thing?
Yeah. Wow. The Sulu Celebes.
That's it. There go the pirates.
The Sulu Celebes Sea. God, that drags on. Has previously been a hotspot for kidnapping for ransom incidents, particularly involving groups such as Abu Sayyaf, a violent Islamic separatist group operating in the southern Philippines.
So maybe I don't know how to plan a vacation, but I probably would not take that line.
Yeah. So 3 teenage girls are in custody after allegedly planning to kill their mother because she turned off the Wi-Fi in their home. Deputies say the incident occurred overnight on Sunday. The girls, aged 14, 15, and 16, reportedly grabbed kitchen knives and chased their mother through the house and into the street, attempting to stab her.
Well, that's actually a good commercial. A Wi-Fi so fast, you'd kill someone for it.
Authorities say one of the teens struck the mother with a brick.
Wow.
Their grandmother was also knocked down while trying to protect their mother. Despite the violent attack, neither woman sustained serious injuries. All 3 teens were arrested and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. All have been booked into the county juvenile facility.
Preston,
There was a guy I went to school with who pulled a knife on his parents and locked him in the basement.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't over Wi-Fi, was it?
I don't think it was. No,
Yeah,
Wi-Fi didn't exist back then. But it was a well-known story.
That guy end up in prison eventually?
I don't know what ended up happening to him. That's a good question. I should probably do a little research.
Yeah.
A man and 2 children were found with non-life-threatening injuries Monday near the wreckage of a small plane on Alaska's Kenai Peninsula that had been reported overdue the night before. The wreckage was spotted by what Alaska state troopers called a Good Samaritan aircraft. The pilot and 2 children were taken to a hospital after the wreckage was discovered Monday morning. And the footage is wild because they landed on a lake.
Yeah.
The plane sunk, but the wing stayed just above the water, and they were on top of the wing.
Oh, wow. They were Sullenberging it.
Yeah, so the 3 were immediate family members, by the way, for the in that group. So the 2 young passengers were of elementary and middle school ages, and troopers previously said they received a report Sunday that a Piper PA-12 Super Cruiser was overdue. It listed suspected locations as Tustamena Lake and the Kenai Mountains. The 60,000-acre lake has been described as notorious for its sudden, dangerous winds. Jeez. So I don't know exactly what happened, and maybe we'll get a follow-up on that. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we'll wrap it up. There's just weird things going on in this story, or interesting things. A man known for playing his bagpipes at events around Atlanta died in a scuba diving accident while on vacation in Hawaii. And if that's not tragic enough, when his family went to his home to settle his affairs, they found skeletal remains believed to be the missing brother.
Oh, okay. So he's this bagpipe player who dies on a scuba accident, and he might very well have murdered his brother.
I don't know about murdered his brother, but his brother's body was there. So Channel 2...
It's the same old story.
In Atlanta, Channel 2 local news correspondent Tom Jones talked to a man who said that he's been friends with Henry France Jr. for more than 50 years. He said, we've been friends for so long. This is Leonard E. Wood. And he said that...
Let me ask you something. Did you kill your brother?
He said, I'm the godfather for one of his daughters. They were also part of the Atlanta Pipe Band, of which France was a founding member. The 74-year-old France was well known for playing his bagpipes at events all around Atlanta for years. Police in Maui say France was killed March 10th during a scuba diving incident. Wood said it's a huge loss, not just for France's family, but the community as well. And then 6 days after his death, police say family members located skeletal remains in a tree house.
Oh, man.
At France's
This is going
home.
to take a while to decipher. Did they explain how he died on the scuba accident? Because here's a guy who spends all his time breathing into various things. You think he'd be good at that.
An investigator said it's probably Hank, but he said
probably Hank.
They're still trying to confirm his identity. He also said that he doesn't have a cause of death and doesn't suspect foul play. So they don't suspect foul play at this point.
Wow.
Wood said that Franz was a great man. He said he didn't know much about his son, though.
And it was killer on the pipes.
Police in Maui continue to investigate Franz's death. So there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, gang. Marisa Magnata has got an event that she wants to tell you about.
Yeah, well, surprise, guys. I have been invited to be a woman of impact.
Oh, nice.
Impact?
Yeah.
What, are they going to drop you out of a plane?
Wouldn't that be cool? I've done that before twice,
That's
actually.
true, yeah.
Well, no, this is for the Go Red campaign that benefits the American Heart Association.
Oh.
So I've had a lot of people impacted by heart health in my life recently. My dad has gone through some stuff. I told you guys about my friend a couple weeks ago who passed away. But bigger than that, my Aunt Joanne has been a proponent for the Go Red Society campaign for years. And my family has always participated in that. And she is in charge of Go Red this year. Her and my uncle are both working on it together. And they've invited me to be part of the campaign. So here's what it comes down to. I am here for heart awareness. I am here to share with people that, pretty much cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of women. But we tend not to take care of ourselves. So that's what Go Red is all about, is heart health and encouraging the women around you and yourself, look within to get checked out, make sure you're doing well, and help women around you as well, too.
Funny that it's the leading cause, and yet we don't. It's not something that we automatically connect with women.
It tends to be one of the things that we push off, and we worry about all the people around us and forget about ourselves.
We recently had within our staff a very heart condition that turned very, very bad and almost fatal. It's obviously your heart.
Yes.
I was with a friend at lunch yesterday, and she's 52, and she said that, she had gone to the doctor, and she just wasn't feeling great, but never thought about it. It was just a routine checkup, and the doctor's like, you are moments away from a stroke.
Ooh,
like high blood pressure medicine could just fix all of this. And it's hereditary. It's not your diet. It's not what you're doing. It's just what you were born with. So it's easy to take care of.
Yeah, and you can do things to help with exercise and diet that can help, fix
so that's
things.
what Go Red is all about, and I am on the campaign trail, just similar to what Nick did a few years ago with the LLS. I'm raising money because all the money that Go Red funds is to help women in research and awareness. So I have my own campaign, and I have some lovely women who are on the campaign trail with me, and we're trying to raise money.
So we can donate? right now?
You can donate. There's a link on PrestonandSteve.com and WMMR.com. If you can't find it, it's also linked on my Instagram currently. It may pop up, in the next day or two on our websites, but you can go right to my Instagram, Marissa Magnata, and there's a link right in my stories. I will make sure it's everywhere on Preston and Steve, on all of the things. But if you are able to donate, that would be amazing.
And if you are the lead donation getter, do you get some sort of accolade?
I do, Steve.
All
It's
right.
not my main goal, but what it does is it helps the big overall campaign. My aunt and uncle have a big goal in front of them, so I'm trying to help that as much as possible.
Is there a time frame for this fundraising that you know of?
Yes, it ends on April 10th.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Okay, so
Yes.
soon. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, so please get on it. I will say when you click the link, it is asking for some big donation numbers. I understand it's a little intimidating. Go in and you can do custom amount. I think $25 is the lowest. It's just the way the American Heart Association works. So don't be intimidated by the big numbers. If you can donate anything, donate it in the name of a family member or a person that has been affected by heart health in your life, or just help somebody that you love.
All right.
All right. Go red for women.
Yay.
A woman of action.
Here we go.
Marissa Magna, or a woman of impact.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So excellent. All right. Yeah. Well, good luck with everything.
And thank you. And if you click on the page, there's some really fun throwback photos of Go Red events over the years. I dug up and I was like, whoa, I used to be really skinny and cute. Dressed up, and there's some Preston, you would wear red on Go Red Day. We got dressed up. So it's really fun. And thank you in advance for anybody who donates. And we do have some events that'll be coming up that I'll announce soon.
Excellent.
So thank you all.
Excellent. You got it. All right. Thank you, Marissa. Good luck with everything. Go Red, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back in a moment. And Annie Lederman is going to be in our studio, appearing at Helium Comedy Club. A little later on, actress Natalie Dormer joining us, too. We'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this
How
past
was
week.
traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is,
beautiful.
it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
And and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah,
It sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses, like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah blah. Blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
That's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. Oh, that's what that picture was. I saw a whole bunch of cops with a lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit. Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. I'm looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's a great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. You sound like a New York cop.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. They said our pilot program, Drug Sniffing Bearded Dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Do they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? You know, dogs will sit or they'll do some sort
You
of.
got something over here. I think it smells a little like meth. I'm thinking.
Oh, he just tells them.
Yeah. Wait,
He just speaks up.
I'm a working officer. What do you want me to do?
So I figure the second you take him out of his aquarium, he's gone.
Yeah,
I'm working now. I'm working 24/7. So if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call. I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup, listen.
Listen, yes, heading off to college, there are some warnings that definitely need to be given. And part of that is a huge part would be, obviously, if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
it's
that.
the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just going to... Do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right. Let me go to... Hang on. Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So, growing up, I mean, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet. But back in high school, I... wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you know, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down. And they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter. And I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty, right?
In fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
You know, like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I want to fart in your mouth.
Oh, my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's so jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox, and
my big gulp cup,
and I was single, and I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper.
Oh,
there's a lot in there. You know the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home?
that what it smells like?
It's like mulch.
Like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No, are we
Okay.
correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because it
morning?
defies line.
Yes.
I would not.
Man.
You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just
All right.
might.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be
kismet.
included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us. to have
Thank you
here
so
this
much.
morning.
Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve. I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know, the counterbalance too. You weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, you know, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done, but we were very blessed to have such a great cast, you know, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn
alligator bit my hand.
Oh my! So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the Predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
By whom?
By Adam Sandler.
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. You know, I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am, because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true, because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So, no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that Predator arm, if you were to hold that up, just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, you know, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, you know, like stand out, and all the sinew and these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand, and the arm's jumping up and down, you know. Well,
dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing, and it gets you going, you know. But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach, and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's...
It's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other. Yeah.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, you know, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, you know, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, you know, and he was asking about, you know, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both, because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next guest at Helium Comedy Club. She is shining bright as the sun here in our studio. And we are happy to welcome Annie Lederman to our
Hi, it's Lederman.
Letterman seat. I asked Casey.
Wow.
I'm like, Lederman or Letterman?
Wow,
Give it to me.
How humiliating.
I know. Jesus.
It's so good to be here on your last day of work.
Such a blemish. No, it's great to have you back. Yeah, and you're doing a one night at Helium tonight.
I'm doing one night at Helium, and then I'm going to Canada.
Oh, okay.
Really?
What's going on there? Shows?
I'm doing shows. No, I'm just going to hang out. They love us right now, so I wanted to go. I wanted to bask in the. They're going to just be throwing flowers at me. I'm so excited.
There you go.
Going to Toronto?
I'm going to Toronto, yeah.
Okay.
But we don't care about that.
Okay.
We're in the present. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah,
We're
tonight,
excited
yeah.
to have you. Yeah.
Yes.
Are you're fully LA?
I'm in LA. I listen to you guys talk about the weather. I want to laugh in your faces. Haha. We're very warm out there. We have the sun and the fires, and
It's keeping you
just
warm.
so warm out there.
Yeah. I was reading an interview with you. I think it was, and you were talking about something we've talked about recently, and it's an interesting phenomenon. It's the notion of celebrity. And how the notion of the we used to think, who are the big celebrities these days? But that's sort of changed.
Yeah.
It sort of changed dramatically. Now, you were out there a lot. And I remember when we, going out throughout the years and you might see a celebrity was a big thing. That has changed, hasn't it? I mean, isn't the notion, because you try to think about who are the big celebrities and the thrill of seeing somebody. It's not as big a thing as it used to be.
Well, there's a lot of there's still celebrities. They're just the same celebrities.
The same celebrities.
It turns out Harvey Weinstein did have a big hand in making celebrities.
And now that he's off the grid, it's the same. Do you get impressed by?
Oh, I get starstruck, but I get starstruck by like realities. There's certain reality shows I'm obsessed with. When I met Greg Probst, I almost like lost
really?
my mind.
You're a
Yeah.
Survivor fan.
Oh, of course. I haven't seen last night. Don't spoil.
So you've watched all the 59 seasons.
I've watched them several times. I half watched them so I can be surprised when I rewatch them.
We got into the first couple of seasons, and I remember that first year we were consumed by that.
Yeah.
Because you'd not seen anything like it. Eating rats and all that stuff. It became, as with all these things, everyone in subsequent years starts to, I'm going to be this guy of this season, and it gets a little. But you think it's still as good and fresh as ever?
I think they're so hungry, they're so tired, they're cold or hot, and I think the truth comes out.
Yeah?
I hate to point this out. I got your name wrong, but you got Jeff Probst's name wrong, too.
How do you say it?
You said Greg.
I said Greg.
You said Greg.
You were thinking of Greg Proops from Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yes, I was. I'm always thinking of him, honestly.
Aren't we all?
In a way.
Usually when I'm alone in a bathtub.
Same. How would you fare on Survivor, do you think?
When I ran into him at a Coffee Bean in LA, and he was like, "You should come on the show." And I was like, "I'm not good without sleep." And he goes, "No one is." Oh, I would be a nightmare. I think my fiance could win. I think I would be when I get uncomfortable, I just tell jokes really, really fast, and people don't seem to like that when they have like splitting headaches.
Right, and they're being bitten by fire ants.
Yeah. I'm like, "Are you guys awake yet?" They're like, "Oh God."
You mentioned fiance, so congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you.
When are the impending nuptials, and are you going to be a bridezilla?
I don't even know if I'm going to be a bride. I'm already a Zilla. The idea of planning a wedding sounds so insane to me.
It's a lot.
Yeah, and I'm 40. It's like everyone's already divorced. It's kind of rude, disrespectful at this point. I don't know. My dad's 83. I'm like, I guess I could give him a wedding. I always think like, We'll probably get married in Vegas. Let's be real.
Yeah, so Marissa did. She got married at the Punk Rock Museum, and my wife and I did a sort of a. I was 37, or and it was destination.
Rub it in. You were just a child groom.
But I'm like, at that point, you're right. You're like past the initial early years where you're really going to go nuts. It's like we kept it really low key, and we've never regretted doing that. Do you think is the idea of a destination wedding? Are you going to do a full Martha Stewart thing? What's the?
There's no Martha Stewart in my heart. There's just nothing. There's no Meghan Markle. No. There's nothing. I have no interest.
Is there a date set?
There's no date.
Okay.
Wow.
We love each other, and we have a cute little family we have about 27 reptiles and a cute dog, and I don't know. I think we'll probably do Vegas. We got engaged in Vegas. He proposed to me on a party bus. We were on the way to see Chris Angel.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
We talk about Chris Angel all the time.
I have a lot of Chris Angel deets.
We got him, but continue. Yeah, sorry.
But we went. My manager got us like all these tickets. So my mom was there, my dad was there, his mom and dad, my brothers, their wives, and a couple friends. So they got us like all these tickets to the Chris Angel. We got to my twin brother, his wife, me and my fiance got to go backstage and hang out with him. Nice. Keenan Thompson was there at the same time. It was really fun. Oh. But I'd just been proposed to, and the guy who made the ring, he didn't resize it, so it was a pinky ring.
Oh, wow.
So my proposal video there's so many profanities. Like it couldn't, my parents you could hear the bus was shaking. He went to put the ring on me, and I went, oh my God. And I just looked at the camera and just started cursing off the guy who made the ring. It's just basically like a threat. I'm threatening the life of the guy who messed my ring up.
How romantic.
So then I go to the backstage with the pinky. I go, of all the places to go with a diamond pinky ring, I think Chris Angel is the right the right place. But so we kind of had a big proposal where everyone was at and stuff like that. So we'll probably do something like that. But
was Chris Angel aware? Or were you? I mean, because you have celebrity import yourself.
He was aware, and he said, do not propose during the show. So
Really?
I was thinking I knew it was probably going to happen around the Chris Angel situation. I thought maybe Chris Angel would drop down. He'd pull it out of one of his abs.
Yeah.
And but I think it's just so his show is so choreographed that if one thing got in the way.
Yeah, they can't deviate from it at all.
We're fascinated by the Chris Angel thing, and we love also the Jim Carrey parody of him in that
Wonderstone.
Wonderstone. Yeah. But I mean, the dude has done things like the piercing hanging and all that stuff. Does the show get very graphic, or what is this stage show like?
It actually gets kind of sentimental halfway through, and I knew it was going to happen because I talked to him backstage beforehand. But his son is a survivor of childhood cancer, so
Really?
It turns into like a very kind of lethargic, sad. It's very surprising. You go, halfway through the show, he just shoots up like in a sheet of like little kids' handprints, and you're like, oh, it's like I didn't know I was going to feel these things on the Chris Angel show.
That's an entirely different vibe he puts out.
Yeah,
so.
it's very sweet though. He's a nice guy.
I was reading. So is your fiance of Laotian descent?
Yeah.
So and you were talking about the area he comes from, and what distinguishes it, or that his parents live in.
I'm
now?
sorry, Laotian? Is that Laos?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
Weren't
know
you
that.
impressed that he said Laotian? You can't say Lederman, but you can say Laotian. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone gets my last name wrong. But so, sorry, I'm sitting weird.
No, it's
but,
cool.
So his mom is from Laos. She came over when she was young. Her dad was a spy for the Americans.
Wow.
So they escaped, but her mom had to go across this minefield to get their one sister from. And these women are traumatized. They are the funniest. My mother-in-law and her sisters are the funniest people in the world because they were, hopping over bombs and stuff.
Yeah.
They're so funny.
If you can't appreciate life at that point, right?
Oh, they're great. It's so awesome.
Yeah. So you have that going, and obviously now you're doing the one night tonight. We didn't ask. Are you recording? Is this for an album or something?
No, I'm just doing it coming through. I didn't realize how close Canada is. It's an hour and a half flight.
Yeah.
And my agent is usually like, how much time can we have her on an airplane? And this time he actually did me real good.
What about yesterday?
Yeah, you had an interesting
yesterday was
flight, right?
okay. So this is on me. So my flight was at 9 a.m. I woke up. I slept through my alarm. I woke up at 7:15. Hadn't packed yet. So I'm throwing all my stuff together, trying to get ready. We get in the car. We get to the airport with like 20 minutes to spare. I got TSA pre-check. I'm like, I can probably do it. It's like boarding now, but I'll probably get in there. I get in there, my fiance leaves. I realize I don't have my cell phone. I've left my cell phone in the car.
Oh, no.
And I have, as a bit, no one thinks this is funny except me, I have purposefully not learned my fiance's phone number. I just think it's funny to not know it. He's always like, why don't you know my number? I'm like, I'll never know it. And then joke's on me. So I'm trying to call my parents from TSA, the information desk. No one's picking up. And then I have to get my computer out, log in, get the
your
Wi-Fi,
ticket, right?
get my fiance's phone number.
Oh, okay.
We call him, he comes back around. This is basically an ad for Tesla. They're very fast.
This LAX?
This was LAX.
So you can loop around there.
He was on his way home, but we live close to the airport, so it all worked out perfectly. And I got there with 4 minutes to spare, so then I spent 3 of them getting a water bottle. And I got my booty on that flight we got here, but I couldn't, it was a miracle.
Wow.
It was a miracle.
Are you a fly by the seat of your pants kind of traveler, or are you usually well prepped?
I like to run to the gate like I'm like my fiance is going to meet his ex-girlfriend. I'm trying to stop him.
Like it's Molly Ringwald in an airport.
Exactly. Like I'm Ross and Rachel.
I'm not. I don't have much semblance in my life, but when it comes to travel and packing, I love to have all of that stuff set and ready, so that when I wake up the next morning, like my outfit is, and I don't pick outfits. My outfit is waiting there, and
oh, you didn't pick that outfit?
No. Well, I'm not traveling today.
No,
I totally.
You look great. I like your fish shirt.
It's my uniform, Adidas pants, fish shirt, or something along those lines. But no, I just get satisfaction in having my stuff staged, and then all I have to do is just wake up, brush my teeth, and go.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, I would probably get satisfaction out of that, but.
But it's not your way.
Well, I do a show the night before, I'm like at a show. By the time I get home, it's like, and then I'm like, well, I don't want to pack right now. I'll just get up at 6 a.m. and then it's 7:15. I'm like, oh.
Our midday guy is literally they're closing the door. He's running, it's every time.
Every time.
He went out, he knew he was taking a flight and went down to Rodeo Drive, this out in your neck of the woods, and bought 9 types of conditioner and all this stuff that is well exceeds the amount of liquids you can bring on, and he had to throw it out.
Oh, bummer.
All of it, yeah.
Yeah, it was like hundreds of dollars worth of product.
But that's what you get.
Yeah,
We're getting Chanel shampoo.
Hey, when I was just traveling, I had 2 water bottles that were unopened on my backpack, and I didn't realize it until I was going through the security check, and I was like, oh crap, I'll just throw those away. And they're like, oh no, we can check it. And so they took the water bottles and put it in this little machine. The machine made sure that it was just water.
They let you have
They can do that now?
Oh, I've never seen that before.
No.
I wouldn't rely on that.
No.
That might have been one cool
in
TSA
Europe.
guy.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was in Venice or if it was in Frankfurt. I can't remember which airport, but it wasn't in the United States.
That pisses me off, the variations. We talk about this, where, so leaving Philadelphia, I have my computer and an iPad in the bag, and they didn't make me take it out. And
It's different machines. There's one.
Is that
if
what
you
it
see
is?
like the bigger round machine, they'll let you keep your electronics in. So sometimes you're in the wrong line. And you're looking and you're going, I wanted to go into that one. You got to get pre-check, everybody. I'm here. I stand pre-check. It's life-changing. Keeping your shoes on. The disrespect of them making you take your shoes off.
Yeah.
The disrespect. We had a shoe bomb in 1992, and we got to take our shoes off. Meanwhile, the planes are duct taped together. Guys, let's focus. Focus.
Is the problem, though, that so many people are doing it now? Preston, you'd mentioned.
There's a few different versions now. So I've got global entry, which gets you the
that's
pre-check
the
as well.
top. Oh my God, my Lord.
But there's another one now. No, there's another one, Annie, and I saw it at a different airport, and it was like the line was even shorter than the pre-check clear.
Yes,
it's a clear check.
Clear is such a rude one. I love clear. It's like you're just you get in the front of everyone else that has early access. So they and then they just put you right in front of them. They'll push the wheelchair people out of the way.
Yeah.
And they go, sorry, this person paid an extra $10. They're beating you. I have clear, but sometimes and they want to look at your eyes and you just go, I have not washed my face in 3 days. I always look at it and go, mascara on there. But yeah, no, it's awesome. But I had a thing at TSA that was I almost was going to have to be a bus comic because I had my mother-in-law who's from Laos. She gave me this bracelet. There's this company that goes and they set off all of the bombs because Laos is the most per capita bombed place in the world.
That's it. Yes, yeah.
Because after the Vietnam War, they just were like, we don't know what the Americans were like. We'll just drop these bombs on Laos. Who cares? And I think Obama was the only president to acknowledge that we ever did that. And, where is he now? But, but there's other things you could acknowledge. But anyway, so so she got me this bracelet from this company, and it's made from some of the bombs. It's this metal bracelet.
Whoa.
So she gets it. It's hard to take off, so I had it on, and I'm going through TSA, and it keeps beeping. It keeps beeping. I go, what is going on? And then I realized it's the bracelet, and I was 10 seconds away from going, guys, this is a bomb, explaining what it was.
Oh, my God. This is my bomb bracelet.
Guys, it's a bomb.
Yeah.
But I didn't. I caught myself right before it. But can you imagine?
But
no.
I wonder if it has any lingering material on it, because they sometimes they'll pull you aside and they'll swab your hands and see if there's bomb making material.
Well, even if you put lotion on your hands and then touch your laptop, I think that tests as a thing.
There's these weird things. Every time I go through, so in 2014, I had prostate surgery and my prostate removed.
Ooh, sexy.
It's very
Too early
sexy.
for this.
Yeah, I know. But what happened
I'm just
was,
imagining you on the table.
cutting away. It's all good. Use that machine. But the weird thing is because it leaves sort of something that shows up on the X-ray machine when I go through, and they are forever patting me down in that area.
It's a gerbil.
It's my gerbil.
It's my support gerbil.
Yeah, right.
The doctors gave it to me.
So it's weird how the machines are sort of finicky that way. I wanted to say before Annie came on, I assaulted her, Preston, because she is. You're now horror royalty. We were talking about this. You're in Terrifier 3. You're a huge fan of the Terrifier series.
I mean, if you're not, what are you, crazy? You don't want some people getting chopped up? What are you?
And do you have to? Some people, and I get this is a movie series you can get if people can't process it. I get it.
No, I think that's the goal, is to be like, how messed up can I make this movie?
Right. And you've been a fan all along?
Oh, I loved it. We saw the first one on Amazon or whatever it was on streaming.
Yeah.
And then we saw that the second Terrifier was going to be in theaters, and we're like, we got to go see it. Oh my God, heaven. We got to go see it. So then we go see it. And I go on a live, and it was only had a limited time in the movie theater. So I go on a live stream on Instagram, and I'm telling everyone, I'm like, you got to see this in the movie theater. It's unbelievable. People were screaming. It was so funny. It was it's horror. I love horror because it's basically the same as comedy. I mean, it's all this tension and release. And particularly this series is so hilarious. It's so funny. It's so bad you can't even believe it.
It's inherently meant to push it so far that you cannot. Some have tried to do it and they don't understand. They don't get it. Damien Leone gets it. And the cast gets it, and so when they're eviscerating a dude from his balls up with a chainsaw.
When they split the balls, oh God, he always one ups up yours. He's never going to be able to one up what he did the time before. Yeah,
but you start
laughing.
laughing.
They actually show the nutsack getting split.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Oh my God!
I got to see the nutsack before I got to see the prosthetic one. I got to see the booty and everything. But so I went on this live stream and I was raving about this movie. I'm like, go to the theaters before it's out of before it runs over. And then someone was like, you should follow Damien Leone on Instagram. So I go to follow him, and he's already following me.
Oh,
so then that's where it all started.
And
then
so that's how you got in the movie.
Well, I made him on camera on my podcast. I admit he was going to put me in it. And then when they were casting it, people were like, they're casting, are you going to be in it? And I went, oh, I don't know. So then I started just DMing him nonstop and being like, Damien, I will, if you don't kill me, I'll kill myself. And then spoiler, I don't die in it, but...
No, you're cool. You're really cool. And then we had Chris Jericho who got, and then a friend of the show, Daniel Roebuck, who has in a great Santa scene in the bar.
Oh yeah, wasn't that amazing?
His death is particularly brutal.
Yeah, it's so good.
Now, you feel a little rooked because you didn't get a on-screen kill?
Listen, I'm always hopeful to be murdered in another one, and Damien will never get rid of me. I badgered this man. He goes, we don't have the budget to fly you out. I go, I got miles. My friend was flying private. I ended up going on a private jet. I sent him a picture of me doing the tongue between the fingers on a private jet. I'm like, Damien, I'm coming. It was really fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he let me come watch some kills and stuff. It was really fun.
I wanted to ask you about your time in Philadelphia when you were younger, and we don't have to go too deep into it, but I listened to the Honeydew podcast not that long ago, and you went to the Crefeld School here in Philadelphia. You have some incredible stories about that place. But you have something in common with Preston that I wanted to share. And you went to high school with a guy who's had some success in Philly. And I would like to, if you're all right with it, share the hotbox story that you talked about when you were going to school that one time. Sure. And then the dude who made the bongs.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was getting picked. This guy would pick me up from school to give me a ride because we lived in the same area. And one time he brought this guy, Luca. I've never said his name, but I don't think it's incriminating. This is his job. But so he picked me up with this kid, Luca, who was a great guy. And they picked me up and they hotboxed the car with weed. So I'm 14 or 15 and I smoke weed, but I'm not like, I'm not like a Fish concert.
Right.
So they hotboxed it. I'm so high. We used to also go to this place, Rex Avenue, which is a dead end street, which I don't know why we thought that was a good place to smoke weed, where the cops could just
corner you
in the woods for no reason.
Yep.
But so they hotbox the car and they think it's so funny they've gotten me so high. But I'm like, I can't go to school. I'm like, I cannot go to school. Like, I am not functioning right now. I can't pull this off.
Right.
And you know when it starts
they
to
would
become,
notice, right?
Yeah, it's just like it's to the point where when you smoke so much weed, it becomes like a hallucinogen. I'm like, oh God, are we already at school? But they thought it was funny, so they bring me to school anyway. And we come into school, and I'm like so nervous I'm gonna get in trouble. And then they go, "It's movie day." And it was just a movie day.
Those are
and
the
I
best.
know, so I just was like, okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And nothing happened. But Luca is now, he started, they had a glassblowing studio at the school. Don't send your kids there. Listen to the honeydew. But they had a glassblowing studio there, and so Luca, my friend from high school, he would always make vases, with holes in them. And he always make these bongs that were really beautiful and amazing. And he ended up having a bong empire, his Philadelphia bongs.
Philadelphia.
Oh,
get out of here.
Yeah, they dropped by.
They made a custom bong for me.
Is that the one that broke?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Some son of a bitch. This was
It had my name and our logo inscribed on it. It was gorgeous.
Oh, it would have been so funny to just tip it over and smash it in front of you.
Somebody broke it.
Yeah. No, it was just the stem that got broken. It's totally salvageable.
Do we still have it?
I thought the whole tube got busted.
Well,
Was it just
Luca,
the
if you're
stem?
listening.
Yeah.
There it is.
But I haven't seen him in years, so. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. That was a great bong.
That's good stuff.
Isn't that cool, though?
I missed that bong.
It's like when you look at pictures of your dog from years and years. Yeah.
I remember you.
That was a good boy.
That bong was so cute.
I had a 3-foot bong, and for Mother's Day one year, I took a picture of me putting like its backpack on and a hat on.
Did you name it? Did you name your bong by any chance?
It was named Allie Bong.
Okay.
Instead of Allie Wong.
Allie Wong.
No. Yeah.
We had
we had a bong named Ford because we found it, and Ford stood for found on road dead. I don't know why, but that was the Ford bong. And then the collection of graphics that we had too; those were always the best.
Isn't that so cool to be like a stoner juvenile delinquent kid and turn it into like an empire?
Yes.
Oh my
He's
God.
like a triumph.
Dream
It's
come
the best
true.
story.
Do you know what's the most amazing and bizarre the perfect example of bad timing is Tommy Chong did time in prison for selling bongs.
Paraphernalia.
And now
I know. Sometimes you're like, you kids don't know how you get. They don't have even smoking weed. You're like, you're
Right.
not even smoking it because it's not even cool anymore.
yeah.
There's vaping
Yep.
Do you indulge in anything or no? Vaping?
and weed and vaping. I got a vape, but I'm in town. My parents are around, so I'm like a 12-year-old. Like
What about ketamine?
ketamine. Well, of course I love my ketamine. I tell people because I don't drink. Instead of saying California sober, which is when you smoke weed but you don't drink, I'm Kentucky Derby sober. I just do whatever the horses do. I'll take ketamine. I'll boof an ivermectin, shove it right up that hole. Let's go, baby. I'll even sniff some glue.
I like that Kentucky Derby.
What does ketamine do? I've never done. I don't even know anyone who's done
It's just an amazing.
it. Is it a high?
It's yes.
By the way, here's her alarm clock.
But in my head, I'm on ketamine, so it's like.
Well, you've done the ayahuasca, right?
Ayahuasca, yeah, all of it. But ketamine is actually will help you retrain the neural pathways in your brain. It's really a therapeutic, beautiful thing. You can use it like at a rave, or you can.
So it can help with anxiety and things.
Oh,
along
it's
those lines?
incredible. It's
Okay.
really cool.
So you have tangible results. You can actually feel yourself.
Yeah, it's so helpful. It's a really cool thing. I also you can use it. I've become my own snake before. I've burrowed in my own little dirt. It's very fun, but it's a cool medicine. And when I first started my podcast, my ad lady was like, well, what are your interests? I'll get you ads with them. I said, well, I love spray tans and ketamine. And she got me, I didn't get a spray tan sponsor, but I did. I had this company, Mind Bloom. It was really awesome. And they're not sponsoring me anymore, but it was very cool.
You love doing the docuseries with Aaron Rodgers by any chance?
I actually have. I do want to watch that, though.
Yeah, because he delves deeply into ayahuasca journeys.
Does he? Really?
Oh, yeah. And not only that, but like there's footage of him. He's at like some quarterback camp of some sort. And Jared Goff, who's a quarterback for the Detroit Lions, who just looks like, like
Mr. Clean Cut.
Mr. Clean Cut. And he's like, hey, I want to talk to you a little bit about that medicine. That's what he calls it. And he's like, yeah. And so, he's kind of like a high profile guy and, and an
He
athlete.
was until he did ayahuasca. Ruined his whole career.
He seems to be doing all right.
I'm just kidding.
Your parents are still here in Philadelphia?
Well, they're moving. I'm staying at their place, but I can't go home after this because they're having someone come take pictures of their house because they're moving.
Ah.
And I'm used to my parents letting me do whatever I want. So I'm like, The only time they told me I couldn't come home was one anniversary of theirs. They're like, why don't you just stay out? I had moved back to home when I was like 23. And I didn't have any friends in town. So I just was like, are you sure? And they're like, I guess you can stay here. And I just heard like, I was like, oh, God.
It's traumatic.
They're quarterly banging. No.
Are they moving out of state?
They're moving to Cherry Hill.
Oh.
Yeah, to be near my nephews. So
All
we're going
right.
to be a whole Jersey. There's no more Philly.
Wow.
No, so yeah, and so how many years were you in Philly, all told?
Well, I was in Wyncote. I was in Cheltenham.
Okay.
You got to tell everyone that.
Yes,
You don't want to be a
You
fraud.
get it's a stolen valor.
Yeah, exactly. But we were there. I left when I was like 17, and then they moved to. Yeah, they moved around, but I was always coming back and stuff. But I never really lived here full time since I was 17.
Did you feel that you're now you consider yourself a West Coaster now? Do you fit in? Do you feel like you're? Because so many people move out, but still there's always that they keep the Philly irons in the fire. The
problem is with LA is the Philly ball busting. They really don't. They take it very seriously, and they're like, "Oh my God, just be mean to me."
Yeah,
I mean, it happens in all of comedy. I ran into a guy even when I was in New York, an old friend of mine, and he was saying something like, well, you were like really mean to me, 5 years ago. And I go, well, what did I say? And he goes, you looked at my outfit. He said, where'd you get your outfit? A trash can? And then I looked down at him. I go, you're dressed like shit. I go,
you still
well? I go, well. And he goes, you're being mean to me again. I go, I'm 40. I'm wearing a leopard print jacket. I look bipolar. I'm like, is there nothing you can make fun of me for back? Oh my God, I'm insufferable. My voice is gravelly. Like, you got nothing?
Yeah, it's a tennis match.
Yeah, it's a back and forth. For sure.
I look like I had top surgery. I look like Scarlett Johansson's wax figure if you just took a lighter to the boobs.
I'll tell you this though, you're looking these days and over the course of the years, you're looking extra Scarlett Johansson-y. Yeah,
well, thank you.
Right?
Well, I have the hair extensions and stuff instead of, I don't want to look like her in A Marriage Story. Remember she cut her hair?
Yes, yeah.
I never watched the movie, but I assume the plot line of that movie was that she cut her hair and then her husband wasn't attracted to her anymore and broke up with her.
Had to be it.
Your hair looks so good. What kind of extensions do you have? We were just talking about
I clip them in. So at night, I'm Homer Simpson.
You take them out. Yeah, those are the ones I have.
I got 3 hairs on the top of my head.
One curly hair.
I was looking at your promo photos. I was on Helium's website, and I'd seen it a few different times, but it wasn't until this morning that I realized that your abs in the photo are painted on. I had no
I went
idea.
through an ab drawing on phase, and then I got on Ozempic, and I said, I guess we could just have our stomach up. I just thought it was funny. I learned how to draw abs on, and I was like, this is hilarious. Because I wouldn't draw them all the way like to the side, so they would just stop. Yeah. When you'd see me from profile, I just always thought it was so funny.
Do you do it? I mean, you're in shape. Do you exercise?
I do Pilates and yogas about once every 3 to 6 months.
Okay, is that the regimen? They recommend once every 6 months.
Yes, yeah. It's a process. No, I go on and off. I have ADD, so I go hard for a little while. Then I take time off.
You just fall out of it for a bit. Yeah,
but I like yoga and Pilates.
Yeah, there you go.
That's where I'm an LA girl. But I do love LA. I can't.
Is everyone doing Ozempic out there?
Everyone's doing Ozempic, yeah. I think everyone's doing Ozempic everywhere now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind
which
of
is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Except your muscles. I've been noodle armed since I did it, but I got off of it 6 months ago, and it changed my brain. It's easy to not overeat and stuff.
Oh, really?
Okay.
So you?
I don't know. They say that you need to be on it forever. You did not. That's so crazy.
What about taste? Anything change?
Nope.
Because some people have had taste issues where, like either your sense of taste kind of deadens or some things don't taste.
I had not one bad side effect.
Really?
No nausea, nothing?
Nothing.
Wow, okay.
Because Casey, you said you had a little bit of nausea.
I had the nausea thing. The taste thing, I think I connect that with COVID.
Yeah, COVID messed everyone up.
COVID definitely changed the way the things taste in my mouth. But the Ozempic and
Quick, someone put something in his mouth right now. Drink some pineapple juice and put your.
No, but the Ozempic definitely helped with portion control.
My brain just isn't. I just didn't realize how much I was thinking about food all the time, and I just don't really think about it like that.
You say that Moderno's the lighter one, right?
Well, my doctor, I have like a telehealth doctor who is the one who was prescribing it to me, which I'm not taking anymore. But I was talking to him. First of all, he goes, "Guess what? I'm a fan of Story Wars, which is this awesome show that the Legion of Big J Okerson and do. It's actually like the most epic. It's so fun. Watch my episode, please, and watch every episode. I'm so proud of these guys. They made the coolest thing." But my doctor's like, "Yeah, I watch Story Wars," and I was like, I don't know if I like that or not. Like, do I trust you anymore? But he was saying they're coming out with like new stuff where it won't attack the muscle at all. It'll only go to the. Okay. They're really perfecting it, and it'll be a pill.
So there were muscle side effects to it.
Well, you get a little weak.
A little weak. Okay.
But you look cute.
Yeah, there you go.
That's important.
That's a trade-off.
You look cute.
Well, listen, Annie will be looking fabulous tonight at Helium Comedy Club. One show, 8 o'clock. Tickets at heliumcomedy.com. If you haven't seen her in Terrifier 3.
Yes.
See that
Oh, my
too.
God.
She's horror royalty now.
Yes.
So excited about that. Damien rules.
But get your tickets now for the show, heliumcomedy.com. It is great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to stop by here.
You
We
guys are my
appreciate it.
favorite. So I'm honored that you always have me on.
You got it. Anytime. Annie Lederman, guys. Got your name right that time. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Natalie Dormer will be joining us shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All about love is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh man, it's prepared me for life.
Yeah,
you know, in my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it. But there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age. What it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities. You know, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for his
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, yeah, Tom, I know. Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it because that's a bush, man. That's a bush.
Okay. Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, you know, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, you know, every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention. Just a little bit, you know. So, you know, I mean, you know, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, you know, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, you know. And, you know, running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, you know, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, you know, and the guy from, you know, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, you know, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
you know? So
absolutely.
we thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes of the season were shared shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord...
Ma! I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
You know, I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
Zero
because it's $9 a month.
Yeah. You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it.
Yeah.
More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but it is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
From National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Puka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin Monkey.
I mean, what are you?
I know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
"This is the Dark Overlord, your 1-hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world."
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, "It didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's
business...
gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves." What are you talking about?
Come on! No.
Yeah, you're
stole
it's illegal.
something from-
Yeah. And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
Dark Overlord. It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
And also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black.
care.
So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort Netflix!
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery.
You act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there
you
some-
love that? I don't know. It's such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said
The filthy mouth.
You guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes,
that's
I saw that
that's coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh?
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah, that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the Game Show.
That's very cool.
Yeah. So she was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never
She's
been on the show.
been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're
I'm
getting
so much
worse.
trouble. I know.
I
So sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F
What's wrong
bomb.
with you
The more you
today?
tell me not to do something, the more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps like on my chair, like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery,
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need a taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say I'm here?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. There was the FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think
over?
so until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where
No.
everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this
No,
week.
we have many dumb buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh!
Hit the Flannery
dad's gonna
switch.
Hit the
kill
Flannery
me.
switch.
Oh no!
I'm sorry, we had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
Breaking news.
Yeah,
I
I'm
wanted
ready
to.
for you.
Okay, yeah, we got to.
Breaking news.
The Philadelphia Flyers announced the team has relieved John Tortorella of his duties as head coach.
No way, man.
So, Flyers associate coach Brad Shaw has been named the interim head coach and will assume duties immediately. Danny Brazer released a statement and said, "Today I made the very difficult decision to move on from John as our head coach." He said John played a vital role in our rebuild. He's set a standard of play and reestablished what it means to be a Philadelphia Flyer. John's passion on the bench was only equaled by his charitable work in our community, and we move into the next chapter of this rebuild, and I felt that this was the best for our team to move forward. I'd like to thank John for his tireless work and commitment to the Flyers.
Nick, the Flyers have the 5th worst record in the league right now, which, listen, it bodes well for draft picks and stuff like that. Do they do that the same way the NBA does with the lottery, or is it worst team gets the first pick?
It's a little different. There are similarities, but yeah, finishing with a bad record can help secure you the number 1 pick. Just off the bat, I hate this move. I really like Torts a lot. I think that the team itself wasn't great, but he was a guy that could help guide them to getting better. I think he's a really good NHL coach. Also in the NHL, there's kind of a bit of a revolving door when it comes to coaches. There's not a lot of new coaches that enter the league.
So they're going to recycle someone else?
They'll hire somebody who's been a head coach elsewhere. But I liked Torts a lot, and that sucks.
Just a nice guy and approachable.
Yeah.
transparent.
A no-nonsense guy, that's for sure.
Yeah. I wonder if the team just kind of gave up on him because they've been fairly crappy for the last month and a half, 2 months. And that's a shame.
Is
He's
it possible?
also-
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say he butted heads with Mitchkov. Quite a bit. And that's right now he's the star of the the team.
But John's the coach,
I
and
know.
Mishkov's a kid, and you got to listen to your coach, man. And I love Mishkov. I love what he's going to bring to this team. I think he's a superstar in the making. But John Tortorella has earned the respect, and Mitchkov should have given him more.
Is it possible, Nick, that there's such a small pool to pick from that they'll accidentally rehire him as coach?
Honestly, dude, it's not. I wouldn't be surprised. It really is a revolving door, you know. So yeah, well, that's a shame.
It is. All right, so that's hockey. But hey, look over there. It's baseball. Hey! Our friend John Brazer is here with us this morning from your Philadelphia Phillies. Hi, John.
I like the music, though. Is this my walk-up music right here?
What movie is this from, Case?
The Natural.
The Natural,
It's The
man.
Natural? Yeah, I like that. We were spending time with John in Florida for spring training.
I had a great time with you guys.
Yeah.
It was, my highlight. The highlight definitely was Charlie Manuel in the tent, right? I mean, he just was so. I can't say enough good things about Charlie Manuel.
Yeah,
and you guys have a nice relationship with him. And I got to tell you, the players we had on Thursday were phenomenal. I didn't know Jordan Romano, so I kind of took a little risk on that one, right? And I'd seen interviews with him. But man, what a great interview. And then obviously you have Martian Stubbs. And Stubbs will be back. I know he's down in AAA now, but he'll be back at some point.
No, Romano was awesome, dude. He was, or Romano. I'm sorry.
Romano. Ray said we can call him either.
He said either.
He was super nice. He was really approachable and easy to talk to. So that was cool to get to know him.
Yeah, and same thing. I didn't get to know him, but I just listening to him, you kind of, there's not too many Canadians that are bad guys, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was great.
All right, so obviously Washington opening day today. They get started.
I got to tell you, this is, believe it or not, this is my. I know I looked really young, but this is my 32nd opening day, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And it's still exciting every time. I mean, you get a fresh start. I know last year ended poorly. We did have 95 wins. We can't forget we had 95 wins, but it ended poorly. So you got a new start. I got to tell you, talking to a lot of national baseball writers. People are very excited about this team. Maybe not, we don't have the buzz because, again, the way it happened last year, we didn't go out and get a Soto, but we got out, got Romano, we got Kepler, we got Luzardo, the guys we really need to fill needs. And I tell you what, some of the guys like Sanchez, who will be starting on our home opener on Monday, a lot of the national writers are saying that's a dark horse for the Cy Young. I mean, he looks nasty. He added a new pitch. And same thing, Alvarado. Did you guys see Alvarado down there?
No.
I mean, he's slimmed down a little bit, and he didn't give up much down at spring training. So if that's basically a forebearing of what's coming this season, look out in the back of the bullpen. So I'm excited about this team, and we'll see.
Who's leading off?
Well, I think Rob said right now that it's going to be, Turner and Schwarber. It'll be kind of back and forth, and we'll see what gives. And the good news is we know what we get with Schwarber. And we're hoping that maybe, with Turner, just gives us a new look. So,
hey, how's Alvarado's English, by the way?
Pretty good. Yeah, very good.
I find him to be hilarious. I'd love to get him on the show. Sometimes guys that are Spanish speaking aren't great radio guests, but if his English is good, I think he'd be really fun and funny.
I can certainly, he's got a big personality. I can certainly check that out.
Okay.
Quick question about the spring training and everything. And obviously, we were bearing witness to a lot of what was going on. And so overall, and you've been through so many of them, I assume you have a good inclination as to how it went. Would you say that at the end of this spring training, everything was achieved that needed to be achieved? Because we learn now more that these aren't supposed to be what indicative of what the season's going to be like. It's more an active exercise in getting to play against other actual human beings and work out the kinks.
Well, spring training used to be way back when the time to get in shape. Now, with the money that's in the game and just the, everything that's at stake, these guys come in and they spend their offseason right in the get-go. Season ends, they're getting in shape, both baseball shape and just physical shape. So that's not the case anymore. I think what you want to see in spring training is, at least for me, is see some of the new guys and how they fit in.
Right.
And then see also some of the guys, whether it's a pitcher, whether they're working on new pitches. You can't look at the numbers in spring training. Aaron Nola could be working on, a new pitch.
Right. Yeah.
And in spring training, in game situation, he's going to be toying around with that new pitch. And then all of a sudden he gives up, let's say he gives up 3 runs. Everyone's like, oh my God, what's
Right.
wrong with Aaron Nola? Well, they don't know that he was working on something. And sometimes too, the hitter in spring training, they're working on their timing, but they know that if the pitcher's thrown like 3 fastballs in a row, he's probably working on maybe location on the fastball. So they're hunting a fastball and then boom. So it's tough to look at stats down there, but what you can see is you want to make sure that you come out of spring training healthy. That's number one, right? Because some teams basically fall apart in spring training because they get hurt. Second thing is just see how the new guys play and how they're fitting in.
My favorite thing to do on opening day is if a Philly hits a home run, is to time that by 162 and proclaim that they are on pace to hit 162 home runs this season.
Right.
My favorite thing to do. I think I've done it every single opening day for as long as I can remember.
Yes, it's fun to extrapolate. I mean, I was watching the Sixers game last night, and they gave up 45 points in the first quarter. I said, wow, they're looking at 180. They're going to give up 180 points, right? And that's the negative side. But on the positive side, right? For opening day, someone goes 4 for 5, right?
Yeah.
You're like, wow, this guy's
Things
got a lot of hits this year.
Yeah.
Hey, the Major League Baseball season started already with games overseas. Are there any more games overseas this season?
No.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Because the Phils played the Mets in London last year. The Dodgers played the Cubs in Japan, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I want to say there might be a Mexican series. I gotta get back to you on that, but I know there's not a London series this year.
Do you like doing the long distance stuff? Did you like being in London last year?
I don't know if the players loved it. I think the players loved just being in London and checking it out, but just from the grind of a season schedule, I think it was pretty tough for them. But I think they enjoyed the experience. I personally love it. You kidding me? Like, me, I love traveling everywhere. So,
well, they're all worried how you're going to fare.
Exactly right. But the London series was, you can't beat that.
No, it's cool, but the travel is just enervating, and I can see an athlete going, oh man.
Well, especially the grind of a baseball season.
Yeah.
162 games. And then you're putting international, or the Cubs and the Dodgers played over in Japan, which is pretty far away.
Yeah. So home openers on Monday, right?
Yep.
What's coming up at the ballpark?
All right. So when you get down to first of all, the opening day is spectacular. Today is great because we're going to all get excited for the season. Monday if you want to come down, if you don't have tickets, the team store opens at 10 a.m. So you can go in there. There's all kinds of merchandise in there. A lot of Fanatic merchandise, a lot of opening day merchandise, a lot of 2024 NL East champion merchandise. We have a block party. Again, that's open to the public. That's from 12:30 to 2:30. If you're lucky enough to have tickets, please come to the game or come into the gates about 2:30. Make sure you're in your seats by 2:35 because that's when we're going to do the opening day walk where the players walk through the crowd down onto the field through the stands, which is pretty cool. We unfurl. All fans are going to get a 2024 NL East Champions pennant, right? Every fan. We're going to have a highlight video. We're going to have 50 state flags. We're going to have the giant American flag, which to me is the coolest part of opening day. We're going to have player intros. Kane Callis, son of Harry Callis, will be singing, become our tradition. He's going to sing the national anthem right in front of his dad's statue, which is always cool. We're going to have a flyover during the anthem, 177th Fighter Wing. So we're going to have 4 F-16s that'll be coming over.
That's always
First
cool.
pitch, we have a Nemours Children's Health patient. We throw out the first pitch, and we have a surprise first pitch. So we always got to keep that as a surprise.
All right.
And then we have Let's Play Ball.
Is it sold out?
It's sold out.
Love that.
Yeah. So it's going to be.
And of course,
we're doing really well on ticket sales, but there are tickets available for various games, especially in April and May.
And of course, they're calling for rain on it.
Are they?
Well, we don't say those words.
I know,
Preston,
listen,
around here,
dude. Every year,
and it can change
every year,
and it can change.
It does change. A lot
well,
of
we've
times,
had it. If you remember, we've had it where we've canceled the game, and then that's why we have a day off on Tuesday.
Yeah,
we always have a day off the next day. And we've canceled the game in the past, and then next thing you know, of course, it's like beautiful, and we could have played through it. Right?
But the reason I brought up, it's sold out, so it's okay. But I think you'll be all right. And we've been there for opening day on several occasions.
Pretty amazing.
And rain or shine, it's a great time because everybody's in a great mood. Ready
Everyone's
for the
in a
season to get
great
started.
mood. It's so much fun.
You guys do all kinds of extra special pomp and circumstance for it, so it just makes it a fun event to be.
And it's going to be cool when you come into the ballpark. I can't get into the particulars, but just the sound and the visuals will be like no other you've experienced. So when you come in, you're going to get ready because we've done a lot of things in the off season, so it'll be pretty cool when you come to the ballpark.
Okay. What about during anything in the season? Any special nights you want to mention, or like musical guests or anything along those lines? I know you guys work on it throughout the year, but
we do. Yeah, we are doing post game. We have Nate Smith, who's a country artist, June 10th. We also have Nelly. Down the road, a post game concert.
Oh.
We have 4 giveaways in the first 6 games. So throughout we have McDonald's opening night T-shirt. That is on Wednesday, April 2nd. We've got a Cavity Busters Kids opening day knit hat because it's a little cool weather out there. So so then we still have a lot of the same giveaways. We've got a lot of bobblehead dolls. I know Zach Wheeler, JT Realmuto. We have a Brandon Marsh basketball jersey, which will be a cool thing.
Oh, wow.
Nick Castellanos wristbands.
Cool.
Yeah. And actually for women, we have it's probably the best giveaway we've ever done. Oh. It's a puffer. It's a white puffer vest.
Oh,
really
cool.
cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
What, like a down
a lot of good
vest or
giveaways.
something?
Yep. So a little down vest. But go on Phillies.com. You can see all the promotions this year and a lot of good ones.
We get you ready for the postseason.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Down thing. That's awesome. Well, we do have a pair of tickets to give away, I've been told, which is fantastic. So we can do that right now, and we will. Let's just take a texter, Marissa, if that's okay. What does one mean? You're holding up a. Okay. Anyway, we'll take a texter.
You're number one, Preston.
Not texter number one.
Oh.
Just text the. Marissa, I'm turning your mic on. We didn't set this up ahead of time. We've got a guest coming up in a moment. What word would you like people to text? Phillies?
I was not ready for that.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can do Phillies in about 30 seconds.
All right, wait about 30 seconds and then text the word Phillies to our new text number, which is 610-660-9333, and then we'll randomly grab a winner and we will set you up with those tickets and we'll make sure we acknowledge who that person is. But we have an interview in about 1 minute that's going to start, so I wanted to make sure that we got that done. But John, we're stoked about the season, man. I'm hoping for big things.
Yes. Well, let's hope and pray. So here we go.
All good.
All right.
Great to see you, buddy.
All right. Love you guys.
John Brazer, Director of Fun and Games for your Philadelphia Phillies. And that game is today. It opens at, or the game starts at 4:05 today, and play ball, my friends. In just a little bit, we're going to have Natalie Dormer. Marissa is getting that set up. I just handed it out. She's like a minute or so away. So while we are awaiting that, what did I want to mention? We got so many.
You have a lot of papers in front of you.
We have things.
You know what? I want to mention, and we'll have giveaways a little bit later on, but I have an appearance tonight. I'm actually hosting comedy night at Parks Casino, the 360 Lounge, at Joe Conklin Comedy Night.
Oh, cool.
And,
How long you up there?
I'm just for why?
Your
What, you
set.
doing
How
20
long your set
minutes?
is?
You doing 30 minutes?
Oh
10, 20
yeah.
minutes?
What I do is I throw out T-shirts. That's my big gag.
All right, well, have fun with that.
Yeah.
Our guest is on the line.
Yes.
There we go.
Ready to go. We just had the writer and producer of this film that she is promoting on the show the other day. It's great. This Philadelphia connection is so wonderful. She's going to be portraying Dr. Aubrey Evans. And of course, we know her as the creator of the Ronald McDonald House, pediatric oncologist, groundbreaking scientist, and an inspiration for women everywhere. It's called Audrey's Children. Opens tomorrow. This is going to be a phenomenal movie for you to get out and see. And we are excited to have on the program the star of that film, Natalie Dormer, joining us. Good morning, Natalie.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello. Natalie, I'm curious, before you took on this role, were you aware of the Philadelphia connection of Ronald McDonald House and CHOP, obviously?
I was not. And I was flabbergasted that I didn't know. I didn't know that this incredible British woman had gone over and made Philadelphia her home and had such an impact at CHOP and on cancer treatment for children internationally. And I didn't know that the first Ronald McDonald House Charities house was in Philadelphia either. So it was a wonderful learning curve for me. And I was like, why doesn't everyone know this? We have to tell this story.
Good point.
Well, you know what? Here, it's not well known. And we obviously, CHOP is beloved, and we're very proud of the Ronald McDonald House, and we've had many interactions and charities that are based around it. But this story itself is elusive to even people here. So to shine the light on this and this amazing woman, I mean, in preparation for this and throughout working on it, I know the stories are many of you encountering people who are walking on this earth because of her endeavors. That has got to be an emotionally amazing thing to experience.
It really is. I genuinely don't think I'll ever have the privilege to play a role like this ever again. As you say, I've had people clasp my hands and say, thank you. I am an Audrey's child. And I would not be here without her. And that's so incredibly moving. And we would just embrace Jimmy Simpson, he's a tri-state boy, and a wonderful Clancy Brown. Like, we were just, all of us as a group of actors, we were completely embraced by the community of Philadelphia, going into CHOP, meeting families, meeting doctors, nurses, lab technicians who are right there now at the coalface of research now, going into the Ronald McDonald House, Philadelphia, being within the original looking at the original neighborhood where the first house was with its 7 or 8 rooms or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And also, obviously the reference of the Eagles as well. Like Jimmy Murray, the general manager of the time, he co-founded the Ronald McDonald House with Audrey. And it's like, so there's a real nod, how more Philly can you get? There's a real nod to the Eagles in the film as well.
Well, damn it, we have to get out because it's Philly. And then you hear this amazing story. I have to ask you, when you're playing somebody who teeters on, angelic and beyond human almost, you have to still convey the humanity and make the person real. And sometimes you can lapse over into such idolatry that it doesn't resonate as real. Was that a chore that you had to deal with?
I mean, I think real credit has to be given there to Amy Kanan-Mann, our incredible director, who to my mind, everyone can have an opinion, but to my mind, she never allowed it to veer anywhere near saccharin, schmaltz,
right,
over sweetness. I mean, it's also very hard because it can go the other way. We're dealing with children who are facing their mortality as well. So it could also be a terribly grim story as well. So I think the real gift of Amy and the direction of this film is that she gets the tone right. I believe.
Yes.
I believe she gets it really in the sweet spot in the middle, where it doesn't get too grim and it doesn't get too saccharine, and ultimately it's an inspiring story about the strength of an individual, and how one person can affect so much change. It's a story. It's an inspirational story. I was looking for the cracks in Audrey. I asked everyone. I was like, come on. Because I knew it was also BS that she didn't cry.
Yeah.
She liked to tell people that she never cried. But, she never let it, when she lost children. I found out that she, that wasn't 100% true.
Okay.
No.
She was very, very careful with not ever letting her emotions. It was always about the children.
Right.
It was always about the children and the families.
Natalie, Dr. Evans was alive when this project was underway. Did you get to spend time with her?
I met her.
Okay. And what was that experience like?
I mean, it was off the charts. It was absolutely off the charts. I knelt by her bedside a few days before we started shooting, and I held her hand, and I spoke to her, and she was too weak to speak that day.
Oh, my goodness.
And I gave her a kiss on the forehead, which made her smile. And I sort of talked to her, and I sort of, sotto voce, I just kind of asked for her permission. And I felt like I was getting the nod. She was very aware that the production was happening. And she met Jimmy, she met Clancy, she met Amy, the director. She met all of us individually, which, thinking about it, must have taken some digging deep for some strength when she was so ill towards the end. But it's almost like she was hanging on to make sure we gotten into the production, that we were shooting, that her story was going to be told, that for the children. It was like she was just keeping an eye until the last moment, and then almost like, okay, you guys got it. I think I can go now. I think I can go and be with Dan.
Wow.
So
It was funny because Julia Fisher-Farbman, who is the writer and producer and lifelong friend of hers as well, I think she mentioned to us as well, looking for those things. And you're dealing with someone who, whose efforts, have saved people many times over. But I mean, it is ultimately this story of her being in England, not being able to become a doctor, coming to the United States and plowing through. And I think why this resonates and why we've kind of, we're really trying to get behind this is because everybody in some way has, cancer has touched their lives. And when you're in that moment, when you are there, and I'm going to get emotional talking about it, to find that person who looks at you and smiles and takes your hands with authenticity and connects, and I really care about you, means the world. And so somebody in this case, and this movie and the story can serve as inspiration for people who are currently dealing with children in CHOP, or people in Ronald House, or people who sadly will have this news announced to them today. So in a way, it's uplifting on a factual, real-world basis that people can really benefit from.
100%. And the job's not done. I mean, Audrey didn't retire until her 80s. She wanted to eradicate cancer. It's crazy that she thought that she had, not completed the job, God love her, when she had done so much. But as exactly what you're saying, the heritage, what Dan and Audrey achieved for posterity is conversation. They initiated conversation and communication between the Philadelphia hospitals, because before everyone was sitting on their own data and their own cases, and they weren't sharing the information. And without the data and the stats, you can't get a broader picture and start to understand. So they managed to inspire the hospitals to start talking to each other. That then happened on a national level. That now happens on an international level of pediatric cancer research. And they are absolutely pivotal in that now current day continuing fight to eradicate child cancer. That legacy continues. And it's so important that your listeners understand that, they still need the funding. They're still every day getting breakthroughs and cures. The lab technicians at CHOP are absolute heroes. And in my own country, at the Royal Marsden and so forth, this is, as you say, in real time happening right now. And as a parent, obviously, it's the worst conversation you can imagine having.
Yeah.
But the beauty is now we understand holistic care. We understand what Audrey understood, that a sick child is a sick family. Yeah. That the whole family, the siblings, the grandparents, the parents, the cousins, the next door neighbors, everyone gets affected when a child gets sick. And anything to do with holistic care, spiritual, financial, practical, all of it. It's so important that, you wrap your arms around these families as well as these children. And that is her legacy.
It's a great message.
Yeah. And we're blessed to have CHOP in our city. It's amazing to have this resource here. Natalie, thank you for taking on this project. This is wonderful. Cannot wait to see this film. It opens tomorrow. It's called Audrey's Children. You owe it to yourself to go see it. And best of luck with you, Natalie, and hope we'll talk to you again another time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Got it. Natalie Dormer, guys. Wow. She's something else.
She is.
And I wanted to ask her, but they gave us the wrap up, unfortunately. I wanted to ask her if she had the nerve to ask Clancy Brown to do his Mr. Krabs impression or not. Because, how can you? He'd be a little starstruck by that guy, but come on.
He should have played C. Everett Koop as Mr. Krabs.
Wouldn't that be
Oh, lives under the hospital, under the...
She's wonderful. I was a mega nerd fan of hers in Game of Thrones as Marjorie Tyrell. Would love to have had a chance to talk about that, but
we've talked to her, before, and her star is rising. Even though she's part of a pop cultural phenomenon like Game of Thrones, like the Hunger Games, Mockingjay, and the Tudors. The truth of the matter is that those are big ensemble pieces.
Yeah.
So she needs her real breakout roles.
Yeah, this could be it.
Yeah,
this is the real deal. So it opens tomorrow, and we didn't even get a chance to ask this because Julia the other day when we had her on, the whole movie is unbelievable. Was shot in 23 days.
Yes.
Do you have any idea, production-wise, what it takes to put together films? I can't believe they did it that quick.
If you're running and gunning and you've got to have your pre-production down, one of the legendary stories, again, the original Little Shop of Horrors, was shot in 2 days.
I've never seen that movie.
Yeah, Jack Nicholson's in it.
Is it any good? I know it's,
I didn't really like it.
It's the seed of what you've grown to love with the musical.
Right.
It's quirky. Because you've seen all that, you may not like it. I enjoyed it when I first saw it because it was so dark and bizarre.
Yeah.
And wow, this is, the whole conceit. But when you hear from people like Scorsese and John Milius and all the people who worked with Roger Corman early on, in their directing careers, the fact that he was super economical, Sets were built to just what would be included in the camera range, and a 1-to-1 ratio. Whatever you had to do it right the first time. I don't think they ever took a second take on anything, and that was it.
Well,
yeah.
Well, all right. I got maybe. Nah, I know me. I won't ever get to see it. I'll never get around.
Hell. Do you have anything at the top of your list right now? You're like, I really, really actually do want to watch this.
That I've never seen. That's like a classic.
Or yeah. Because there's a few that come to mind for me, and I'm just like, I never like.
All right, like what do you have?
Well, the
3
original
Girls in a Cup.
No. I will go my entire life. I will never ever watch that. No, like some original westerns. I've never seen Shane beginning to end.
Oh my God!
I've never seen the original True Grit. I saw the remake. But like some I've never seen
Casablanca.
I love Casablanca. That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
And that's one I should probably see.
But yeah, there are a couple of like Steve. You know what? My dad loves, and I just have never gotten around to watch it. Is Maltese Falcon.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
So you've got some good choices there, and I tell you what, they will transcend. You also have to remember when they're made, but you will never hear dialogue. That's Raymond Chandler dialogue in the Maltese Falcon. You'll never hear crisper dialogue as you will in that. Double Indemnity. I mean, if you're looking for westerns, one of the classics, which is a different approach to westerns. It's many, even people who don't like westerns, The Searchers with John Wayne and Montgomery Clift and Natalie Wood. It's John Wayne being kind of a dick, in the movie, but he's got a mission. It's a great movie.
With my mom and sister a few years ago, I watched for the first time in its entirety because I had seen pieces of it, but was White Christmas.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
White Christmas.
I mean, it's super duper cheesy, but
if you don't feel good at the end of that friggin' movie, then and that movie was a response to the song
Holiday Inn,
which appeared to Holiday Inn. Yeah.
But no, there are. I should give. In fact, we have a poster at my house, and it's 100 great movies, and it's a scratch-off thing where it's a poster and you hang it on the wall, and as you see the movies, you scratch it off. And me and Caleb have planned on watching all those movies on there. We've just got to get around to doing it.
I'll tell you one and I've seen it probably 70 times. Is you know All About Eve. You're familiar with the classic line. This is going to be a bumpy ride. Betty Davis, and it's about a young starlet who you think is so innocent and is trying to get onto Broadway, and it's just again. When you hear dialogue written the way they used to write dialogue, Preston, and it's so sharp and funny and brilliant. I mean, not that they don't do it now, but it's fewer and farther between. So, yeah. Any recommendations? Help me.
No, Marissa, I'm going to go to you. What are you talking about? She's pointing at her shirt that says Philly on it.
When you guys were done this conversation, I had something to say.
Oh.
But since my microphone is open.
Yeah, I think we're done anyway.
Okay, great. Preston, I was begging for years for you to watch Clueless because you haven't watched that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But I've switched that, and you need to watch Airheads. When I learned that you have not seen Airheads, I think that you are going to love that. That is like the beginning of your radio career, that movie.
Yeah.
I will tell you something.
Okay.
Clueless is a better movie, though Airless is more tangential to
Airheads.
Airheads.
Yeah.
Is more tangential to that.
And also, I think Dazed and Confused needs to be on your list as well.
Oh, yeah.
You never saw that?
No.
Oh, wow.
It's funny, though. It's sometimes with all the things to see, I like you never saw. It's like, well, there's a lot out there to see. Yeah.
Do you want me to bring my DVD versions or VHS? Because I have both, and I'll lend them to you.
Oh, let's go VHS.
The Viewmaster.
Yeah. Or just a reel-to-reel.
A flip book. Yeah.
All right. The Phillies contest is still open for a few more minutes. If you missed texting it earlier, it took me a minute to set it up.
All right.
Text Phillies to 610-660-9333.
If only there was a song we had that would remind us of that phone number.
610-660-9333. That is our new phone number. You can also text it as well.
There you go. So you'll never forget it now that you have that. Real quick, and I wanted to bring this up to Natalie while we had her on, but our time was cut a little bit short. But my friend, one of my closest friends, Lori's niece's daughter, Megan, who is, I think she's 8 or 9 years old, is a cancer patient at CHOP, and she just sent me a video of her today running down the hall because she's cancer-free.
Oh, wow.
How phenomenal is that?
Yeah.
Incredible. I mean, dude, this is like a year ago. We didn't think. We saw only the worst. So this is just wonderful news. And just to echo what a great organization, what a great institution it is to have here anywhere in the world, but it's here.
Anybody
in
who
our
endeavors on the behalf of children dealing with, which is so criminal that children, no one should have to deal with it, but we tend to think, why children, and it's such a thing. But it's an amazing thing. And I will say this as well, something to always remember. If you get a diagnosis today, or God forbid, or anybody does, know that you're living in great times for this stuff, and you have every reason to remain optimistic and hold out hope, because there are many stories that will prove that.
Yeah, and Lori had she had texted me earlier this morning and said that Ronald McDonald House on top of it was just one of the greatest things they could ever hope for.
Well, the whole notion of that, they have a facility within the hospital itself, not just Ronald House, where you can stay within the hospital.
Yeah, and that's was reading about that yesterday, for people who live too close to Ronald McDonald House, because it's for people who are geographically not convenient to the area to have a place to stay. But if you are considered too close for that, they actually have a place that's inside as well for certain situations where people can actually stay there. So they try to cover absolutely everything if possible, which is amazing.
And then it also sort of lives on through, I guess maybe imitation is the best word I can, because, like you have like Headstrong Foundation who created Nick's House. Right. And Nick's House is exactly what Ronald McDonald House is, because we are here in the shadows of some of the greatest cancer care you can find in the world. Mm-hmm. And then they just built one in Boston as well, because Boston is also, I don't want to say a mecca for
well, it's a major city, and you're going to have a lot of sick people. The more people are together, the more chances there's going to be for people to be ill. Mm-hmm. And they make beans. Absolutely. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Bizarre File stories are on the way. Don't you go anywhere. You stay right there. Be right back. Preston and Steve. Accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s. Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test will be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be the
seed the world.
Seed the world.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
Bajorp. You know as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's Katie Morgan.
Yes.
She's later on.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglia. Who's here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
my sister-in-law's law school graduation
from
Temple?
Yeah, from Temple,
Nice.
That's sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete law and medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah,
I think when he saw me on Lederman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. You just want the kid to be like okay, and then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No,
it seems like it's a life of. It seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
and
parents
often
classically want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's a home run. Yeah,
and it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah, I have a. Yeah, so I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to. I'm telling you, I went to the doctor, and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body. Yeah. I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
gets to the first.
It caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a.
So do you take insulin? Or you?
No, it's diabetes 2, so it's
okay.
like so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
why do you have to be awake?
Preston, you've had it.
No. Vasectomy? Yeah. Now they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that. Oh,
They
is that
numb you
true?
down there, but still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel. There have been occasions where people were able to feel something,
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
Right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
That's
take
like,
most
that's like
of the
the
way
Michael.
down?
That's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you
have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars and say no more babies.
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
since you're 11.
Are you as
like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are
I was going somewhere with this.
about that development?
And
then Nick pulls off a mask and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy. Because some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think that people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like I make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes. Yeah.
He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God.
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and my and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing
can't wait.
at the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Uh-huh.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No.
How would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
You
lay
reach
on my
around.
back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
My ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Kathy, is your
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Do you have is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc pit.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet? Until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything.
Don't ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't. I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole.
33 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Yoga 6 and Conshohocken.
Ooh.
Celebrating
I
their
go there.
grand opening. You do go there?
I do go there, yes.
All right. This month only, if you mention WMMR, you can get your first class for free. Visit yoga6.com to schedule your free class today, and maybe you'll end up in one with Kathy Romano. Who knows? All right. In Washington, Seattle police say that they have arrested a 63-year-old man after someone found 14 binders full of pictures of child porn in a dumpster. Police say 2 people who are homeless were actually rummaging through the dumpster. They found the binders and they called 911.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, officers dug through the dumpster and say that they found loose papers containing the man's name. And some of the material in the binders appeared to have been printed out of the computer with dates ranging from 1998 to 2013. Following the discovery, Seattle police detectives got to work tracking down the man. Officers served a search warrant at the 63-year-old man's Seattle apartment. They took him into custody and interviewed him. During the interview, police say the man admitted to tossing the binders in the dumpster near his apartment. Police say he admitted to molesting about 50 children, but he stopped when he was arrested for it in 1983. Officers say he also admitted to viewing and printing child porn in the late 1990s and 2000s. As Seattle police officers continued their investigation, they claimed to have found more images on the man's home computer and found more printouts in boxes in his apartment. He was arrested and booked into the county jail, so it's a good thing he's an idiot on top of a psycho.
Yeah.
And they were able to get him. But kudos to the people who were digging through the trash, and they found that, and they contacted police.
They did the right thing.
Yep. Hey, listen to this. Let's talk about doing the wrong thing. A prison governor in England, instead of a warden, they called him a governor. The governor began a relationship with a drug dealer who gave her a Mercedes after she illegally approved his early release on license from jail.
Yeah, but a Mercedes, man.
Carrie Pegg is on trial. She was seen as a rising star in the prison service and quickly climbed the career ladder from graduate errant to HMP Kirkham governor for 6 years. The court heard, and it is alleged that she didn't play by the rules, and while governor at the prison, she began a relationship with inmate Anthony Saunderson, who gave her a car. When police raided her home, they found a toothbrush with his DNA on it, the jurors heard.
Wow.
Pegg joined the prison service in 2012, and by 2018 was the governor of the prison where Saunderson was reaching the end of a lengthy sentence for drug offenses. Jurors heard that it was noted she spent a lot of time in her office with Saunderson, and in October 2018, he put in a request to be released on temporary license. Though such requests are routine, there are specific rules or how they should be dealt with, which she broke.
You know what she was doing with him in her office, don't you? Brushing their teeth.
That's what they were doing. So they found it on the DNA. She did not have authority to approve the release, but intervene and approve the application. So Saunderson was released from prison in May 2019, early 2020, and was using EncroChat, encrypted mobile phone used by organized criminals to send messages and secretly communicate. In an April 2020 text, Saunderson sent a message that said, "Car for you, bird, 12 quid or work."
Yeah.
And
Blimey!
And a photo of the black Mercedes. The 12 quid meant $12,000 and work meant drugs, jurors heard. Saunderson asked what they want, and he was told her top or weed, meaning cocaine or cannabis.
Are we missing a step here in the States where we don't allow our wardens to take payment for
Maybe,
release?
let's be clear, and try these things out before we, poo-poo them.
Scoff at them immediately.
The trial continues in that, by the way. Catherine Gordon was arrested in Sebastian, Florida after allegedly using the banana trick to sell $83 worth of groceries, steal $83 worth of groceries from Walmart. This involves replacing barcodes on items to pay lower prices at self-checkout. I don't know why they call it the banana trick.
Maybe because did they take the sticker off of produce?
It doesn't say that, but we're not going to fall for the banana trick.
Yeah. I mean, bananas are insanely cheap.
Yes.
Wow, you got this 80-inch TV set for 48 cents.
Yeah, right?
Upon her arrest, Gordon informed police that her 2 children were in the car, and officers found the children inside the locked vehicle with windows rolled up at 85 degrees.
Yeah, it's a good mom.
The children were sweating heavily, but had normal vital signs, according to EMS. Gordon was charged with child neglect and second-degree petty theft. She reportedly told officers she didn't think that leaving children in the car was a problem, noting that her parents did it regularly.
They're in prison.
The banana trick is when you scan bananas instead of expensive items like electronics and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. A group of moms in Missouri are working to change how people view marijuana use. It's a woman named Kimberly Kesterson is the founder of Canna Moms.
I just saw a video segment on this.
Yeah, Canna Mom Game Night is just basically a night out, she said, with your besties away from the kids. You're meeting new friends. You're going to be gifted some joints. You're going to play some games, and you're going to live your best kid-free life for a couple of hours. Recreational marijuana use in Missouri was legalized in late 2022, and every few months, mothers from the community come together to consume. Canna Moms member Jamie Serta said, "It gets me out of the house. The women here are all very accepting." And attendee Dara Silmeri said that mothers who smoke weed should be just as acceptable as moms who drink wine. She said, "I never in the world understand how marijuana was illegal for so long and alcohol was legal when alcohol has literally killed and destroyed so many people in my family's lives." The founders, Kesterson and Jessica Carroll, told CNN that they founded the group to help mothers like themselves and others support each other. Carol said, if you're any parent like me, you put your children first. So to be able to step away and give yourself some time and do some self-care, it's hard to do.
This is like that grandmom book club where they gather, read, and smoke crack.
Yeah, just like that one. All right, and then one last story, and we will wrap it up. What do we want to end with? How about this one? A former Pittsburgh resident is accused of trying to murder his wife while on a hike in Hawaii. The Honolulu Police Department took 46-year-old Gerard Conning into custody near the Pali Highway. And according to authorities, Conning hit his wife in the head with a rock and attempted to push her off a hiking trail near the Pali Lookout the morning of their arrest. I know. Pali Lookout is described as offering panoramic views of the sheer Ko'olau cliffs.
Did you do that one, Preston?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, there's one in Maui that takes like 4 hours because it's so slow going from one side of the island to the other. But I don't know
the road to Hana, maybe?
That's what I was thinking of. Okay.
Yeah, we went up part of it.
Okay.
It's all switchbacks, and that's why it takes forever.
Yeah.
So we turn around after driving a little bit into it, but it's gorgeous. According to Hawaii News Now, Conning allegedly attacked his wife when she refused to take a photo with him.
Yeah.
They
that
added
seems like a good reason.
He attempted to prick her with syringes, too. She was taken to the hospital. She's in critical condition. Following the attack, Conning left the scene, but was later captured after a brief chase with police. And charges against Conning are still pending. A biography of University of Pittsburgh website listed Conning as an assistant professor at UPMC and a UPMC anesthesiologist.
Consider that a divorce.
Oh, my God. And that is what I have in the bizarre file. That was
Total Recall.
Total Recall. Thank you. All right. So we have some stuff to give away. And as is true Preston form, I haven't figured out how we're going to do this yet, but I need to do it now. Marissa, I'm going to ask you because you're in charge back there. I have these
got it down.
Tickets to Parks Casino. Casey Boy's hosting Joe Conklin's 360 Comedy Night tonight, and Dustin Ibarra is the headliner. So how you want to do this? I have 5 of these to give away.
Give me a keyword you'd like to say.
Parks, P-A-R-X.
P-A-R-X.
All right.
Got it.
Text the word Parks to our new text number, which is 610-660-9333. And we'll draw those random winners from there, okay? So the word is Parks, P-A-R-X. And just a heads up on the number, 610-660-9333 is our text number. It will eventually become our Xfinity mobile guest line as well, which means that's the line to call in to request songs and to play contests and to call in to win things and all kinds of stuff. But we'll eventually get that up and running.
Well done.
All righty, thank you. Yeah. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll have lesson, question, trash, and music news when we return.
Preston and Steve.
It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah. So
it's called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys do.
So.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
we can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather
California.
talk about buttholes.
Did you see a
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're going to get into this crap?
We've unleashed the beast.
When we
Wait a minute. I just want to point out Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go butthole.
She's going to go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is, I think it's something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
you know what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa. Okay. You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this: the most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
and some
like
jazz,
jazz or something like that.
Please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad. You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay,
and all
right,
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still, with the report cards, do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments?
I don't
like there would be. Remember, they would fill out. There would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3. Work well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers
a lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing. But
is that's not for all students? Is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in. But I mean, we have some special circumstances that they help us out with. And which is awesome, but I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this.
Right,
blah, blah, blah.
I always used to get the delight. Yeah. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
Case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class.
I bet you what I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time. And I take my medication at a certain point.
My God.
Okay. Getting back to that situation, excuse me. I did everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, it's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down. Yeah. That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes!
Yeah. I think
friend of the show!
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you
become a
friend of the show.
There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
A pin
ribbon,
or
something like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time. So long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There's these amazing,
the iconic,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people, but usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. You know, but the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family, and
you got engineers, you got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there as
have
well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor, and we have everyone. The whole gang is here, and then plus all this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done, and this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, but we all know who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it, and we've had it a couple of times,
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah,
by
well,
the way.
they got amazing actors over
Yeah,
there, right?
it's true.
Come on.
Where are
Benny
we?
Hill show.
Right,
I mean, it's all.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still. They're still editing slightly. Now from now on, I think maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff as you saw today. A lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running.
It's Sunday, October 19th, Keswick Theater. Tickets go on sale tomorrow for this, by the way. But you can get them ahead of time. You're going to need to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333 if you know the answer to this question, because we will send you a link to the Zoom. In fact, you can just text the word Zoom right now to 610-660-9333 before you hear the question, and you'll just have the link ready to go and click on it if you know the answer.
Smart move.
The question is, what legendary actor will be playing Shaggy in the new live-action Scooby-Doo series? Not really, so don't look it up. It's something Steve made up. All right, what legendary actor will be playing Shaggy in the new live-action Scooby-Doo series? Not really. Text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333 if you know the answer to that. And while we're waiting for you to get through, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by 360 Comedy Night at Parks Casino. You've seen him on Jimmy Fallon. Now see him live on stage tonight at Parks. Comedian Dustin Ibarra. And it's tonight only at Parks Casino. Casey will be there too. Dustin Ibarra must be 21 and older. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, a woman reportedly stripped down buck naked and ran around Dallas-Fort Worth Airport in Texas earlier this month. Apparently, the incident was a promotional stunt for Delta Airlines' new ad campaign titled, "We Love to Fly, and Here's This Old Chick's Droopy Vagina."
Oh, my God.
Impractical Joker's Joe Gatto announcing he's seeking professional help after multiple women alleged inappropriate behavior from him. Gatto says he knows he can beat this, which means he can stop asking random women to beat it.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Vanderpump Rules star Jax Taylor says at the end of 2024, he was taking enough cocaine to kill a horse. Many have pointed out that it was still not enough to kill a jackass.
All right, thank you, Steve. By the way, and I failed to mention this, Nick pulled this information up when we were playing the Wallflowers. They're opening for Clapton.
Yes.
And that'll be Wells Fargo Center on Saturday, September 13th, by the way. So that is a really cool show to see. All right, over to the Zoom we go. Trying to find the answer to this question, what legendary actor will be playing Shaggy in the new live-action Scooby-Doo series? And look who we got. We got Alex, who's joining us via Zoom. Good morning to you, Alex.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you, buddy. All right, do me a favor. Tell me what actor is going to be playing Shaggy, please.
Mr. Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yes.
It's going to be powerful.
You got it, bud. Hang right there, Alex. We're going to get your info. We're going to give you tickets to see a really cool event. MMR Rocks. Not dead yet. John Cleese and the Holy Grail at 50. Sunday, October 19th, Keswick Theater, and tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And for more information, you can go to WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, music news also brought to you by 360 Comedy Night, Parks Casino, and you see him on Jimmy Fallon. Now see him live on stage tonight at Parks as comedian Dustin Ibarra, and that's tonight only at Parks Casino. Dustin Ibarra must be 21 or older. Let's begin with this one. 6 months after Dave Grohl admitted to infidelity and fathering a child outside of his marriage, his wife, Jordan Bloom, has decided to give their marriage another chance.
I had a feeling.
An insider has revealed that despite being completely devastated by the situation, Bloom is standing by Grohl's side. The couple, who have been married since 2003, is attending counseling, with Dave making efforts to regain Bloom's trust.
I would imagine, in a bizarre way, she's in the catbird seat, so to speak, because he's going to be towing the line like crazy.
Yeah. Neither wishes to see their family broken. Recently, they've been seen spending more time together, including a lunch outing in Los Angeles. It was in September of 2024 that Dave publicly acknowledged the birth of his daughter outside of the marriage and expressed his commitment.
Guys, I can't come today. I'm going to the Succulents Festival.
His commitment to being a supportive parent and restoring his family's trust. So they're working on it. The return of a band that hasn't had a new album in almost 30 years. I'm talking about Sublime, and they are working on their first new album since 1996. Whoa. Featuring Jacob Knoll, son of late frontman Bradley Knoll. Collaborating with producers Travis Barker, of course, of Blink-182, and John Feldman of Goldfinger.
Wow.
The band plans to release the first single this summer. Jacob joined the original members, Eric Wilson and Bud Goff, in late 2023, and said that he felt a deep connection to his father's legacy after immersing himself in Sublime's catalog. The upcoming album aims to blend the classic Sublime vibe with a fresh sound. The band will release the album under their newly established label, Sublime Recordings.
We have a demo track off the new album if you want to hear it.
Okay. Yes, I hear it.
You hear a little bit of Sublime.
Dude, don't you wonder? I mean, we were left a decent amount of music from Kurt Cobain. Obviously, more would have come out, but I got to believe that Bradley Knoll would have written a lot of other great songs.
He had a quirky ability, and I agree. I think we lost a potential wealth of good music.
Did he die before the album hit?
He did.
Okay, yeah.
So the fame, all the sales and attention came after he died, which is just
that's reflected
tragic.
You can hear without being overt, they're saying exactly what you just said.
No, but I thought he had the potential to be a great songwriter, because what he left behind was awesome music. So
you know what I love is they did the 3, right? 3 is a magic number.
No, that was Blind Melon.
Blind Melon, that's it.
And that was Shannon Hoon, another guy.
Another one, yeah.
Who was taken before his time. And that guy, I think, I think that band would have had a bunch of other hits, too. So it's not just a new tour. Chevelle has now released new music. The band has released Rabbit Hole, Cowards Part 1, their first new song in 4 years. And the band invites listeners to put on, quote, our tinfoil hats, slam a donkeys, and go deep doom scrolling with this new release. The 10th studio album from Chevelle is expected later this year.
You talked about the bizarre animal. So you were the music director for DRE for many years.
Correct.
And
1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
Many weeks.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean, the process that used to be in the release of an album and coming in and pitching it and talking and listening and making a case and how the strategy is of the album and then the tour, that does not exist at all these days.
It's a different story. It's a completely different animal. And they do it their own way, and a lot of the money comes from touring now and selling merch and stuff like that, ticket sales, HBO has announced that it will be airing a 2-part documentary on music icon Billy Joel this summer.
Oh, wow.
It's called Billy Joel and So It Goes, and we'll explore
great song.
It is a great tune. It's one of my favorites from him. will explore the life and music of the Piano Man and is reported to include never-before-seen performances, home movies, and personal photographs, along with one-on-one interviews. 2 previous documentaries have covered specific parts of Joel's life. The Last Play at Shea Stadium concentrated on Billy's string of 2008 Shea Stadium concerts. And A Matter of Trust, The Bridge to Russia, focused on his journey to perform in Russia in 1987. This will be the first attempt to chronicle a complete career of Billy Joel. I thought this is kind of cool. The Guess Who's lead guitarist, Randy Bachman, has revealed that he and Burton Cummings, the band's original frontman, I'm sorry, let me go back again. The Guess Who's lead guitarist, Randy Bachman, has revealed that he and Burton Cummings, the band's original frontman, are getting back together for a new tour. Speaking with American songwriter, Bachman says that the two are looking to hit the road next year. He said, Burton is finishing up his stuff this year. I'm finishing up my Bachman-Turner Overdrive stuff. The Canadian rocker shares saying that we have a plan for 2026 to be the Guess Who, where we do a set, the Guess Who, where... No, how does he say
What the hell is he talking about?
Hang on a second. He says we have a plan 2026 to be the Guess Who, where we do a set list of about 30 hit songs, and it's probably going to be a 2 or 3 marathonic show, 2 or 3 hour marathonic show. Interesting. Great band.
I enjoyed them. Yeah.
All right, and then one last story. A demo believed to be a Beatles audition tape has been found in a Canadian record store, Neptune Records. The store's owner, Rob Firth, posted his discovery on social media, sharing a video of the tape playing. And the recording is believed to be the band's Decca Studios recording session from January 1962. He said on Instagram, after hearing it last night for the first time, it sounds like a master tape. The quality is unreal. How is this even possible to have what sounds like a Beatles 15-song Decca tapes master? So
that seems...
Haven't heard it yet, so maybe some of that will... there was like a tiny itty-bitty clip of it, but I want to hear more of that.
So I think about a band. What band has been more scrutinized than the Beatles? Yeah. What research? And we still find stuff.
Every now and then.
Find stuff.
Yeah. When they found like the lost films from when they were in India.
That's right.
For the Maharishi, retreat. You're like, we didn't know about this already? Yeah, so it's pretty amazing.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Preston, I know you follow the Beatles on Instagram, but they've been sharing some cool stuff lately, like historical stuff, and they've been doing these quotes from all the members of the band, and they just scroll through, and for me, it's new. Steve, to your point, like, it's stuff I didn't know about, and I'm sure that it's been around for a while, but to be able to discover at any point in time new Beatles quotes or new insights into how they think.
Sad, brother.
I find it fascinating. And, the fact that the Beatles are on Instagram in 2025 and there's still relative stuff, I think is really cool.
Yeah. All right, and that's all we have in music news today. We will take one final break. When we get back, wrapping up the show, letter of the day, you know the drill. Stay with us.
In the can, it's done, it's ready to go, and it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean the music hasn't even been added to it yet. There's all these visual things that need to be fixed.
So much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just there's not much time left.
Wow.
But it's the way it always is
Yeah.
nowadays with films. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. Everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet. Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play it.
And to listen to it, we would never be able to tell. We were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible, but to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on end.
No.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on the cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine. Yeah. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that. Are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like maybe
storylines?
films with apes in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday, and then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, but it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one, and right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or electric guitar or something like that.
Take something out.
Take something out. Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure it can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it, because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it, meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that you work on, you get an idea.
Mock-ups, I can do orchestral mock-ups with fake French horns and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me, this sounds like crap right now, but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing. And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just, they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film.
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were...
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
okay, cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me. Yeah. Sadly, he's like,
He's getting a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check. Yeah.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
This afternoon we're gonna do some a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to me, as opposed to, filming is a different story, and they shoot a lot and then cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a lot of work leading up to it.
Maybe on both of these, I did fairly quickly. So I might spend you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks, but anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks. Wow. Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks. Now it was a nightmare because of the schedule, the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie.
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up and throw it on the pile.
No one will ever notice.
God, that's crazy.
So that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that was Star Wars happened literally finishing Doctor Strange and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
It's really cool to be a part of this, but for us in the Marvel universe and all of these we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever, and so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of it.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was always telling you, come on, you got to come out, you got to see what happens here, you got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Mammoth, Don't Back Down. They will be playing that song at MMRQ. Cannot wait. 10:31 on this Thursday morning. And by the way, all the details for MMRQ, and I know we've been banging the drum on this for a while, WMMR.com. Get those tickets. There's a special for a 4-pack right now, $100 plus tax. I think it totals out like $105, $106 or something along those lines. So that's a pretty sweet deal. If you got the change, treat a few people and take them and make an event and come and hang out with us and see us over at the Preston and Steve Show side stage. Very, very soon, we'll start soliciting for our singers to audition for that again, because we're going to do it again with Sidearm.
It is coming up quickly.
Working on, maybe another band to be on that side stage as well, but the real stars that day are the average everyday people who want to take a shot at singing in front of a nice chunky live audience.
Yeah.
So we have that for you very, very soon. We will tell you when that's all engaged and when you can get on board for that. Would like to thank our guest. We had Annie Lederman, who will be at Helium Comedy Club tonight at 8 o'clock. It's one show only. She's really cool. She's very funny, obviously. She's at Helium Comedy Club. But it's great to have her stop by this morning. And wearing like a summertime outfit, which was pretty wild.
Yeah.
And she's from the area. What's that?
It was long sleeves.
Was it long sleeves?
It's kind of a joke.
Oh, yeah, because her entire midriff was completely exposed. There was nothing to it, but
it reminds me of the Jackie at the barbecue who came out and he goes, "Look at you, you're topless."
Oh, yeah, Larkin Poe.
Yeah,
it was Rachel, and he goes, "Rachel's sitting here, she's topless," and I'm like, "Sleeveless, Jackie, sleeveless."
Wait, was she wearing Annie? I'm talking about now. What I was talking about with these girls when I was at Michigan State, they were basically wearing a bra with sleeves.
No, hers was a crop top. It showed her midriff, but what Casey's talking about is literally just sleeves and like over the shoulders a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you also to John Brazer, Director of Fun and Games for your Phils, who start the season today in Washington, but they'll be back on Monday for the home opener. All kinds of great stuff happening with him. You can check the website for info, but let's go Phils. And then we had the amazing Natalie Dormer on the show. She was great and is excited to bring the story about Audrey Evans, who is a pediatric oncologist and a groundbreaking scientist, and helped create the Ronald McDonald House Charities. And it's in theaters nationwide tomorrow, and the writer and producer is local, and so we want to put our support behind this.
Listen,
it's a great story to get out there first of all, but we also want to highlight the city and what great work that CHOP does. And
it was all shot on location.
Yeah. So it was really cool to have her on this morning. All right, we need to do the letter of the day. You got me?
I am your Kong.
Okay.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
N, as in Nana Puya.
Or Nell.
Kong.
And we are going to set the winner up tomorrow with a VIP experience for Disturbed Wednesday, April 2nd at Wells Fargo Center, including a pair of premium tickets for the show, meet and greet and photo with members of the band, an autographed Disturbed merchandise item, VIP laminate, and more. It's courtesy of Q Prime. And also Daughtry and Nothing More are on the bill. So tickets for the show are available now through Ticketmaster.
But yeah.
We give that away tomorrow. It's
Yes.
a beautiful thing. Let me thank our fine sponsors of the program today. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by United Tire and Service. You can check out special offers at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive united. Tomorrow on our program, none but no Sad Bro Friday.
Yeah!
Our friend Craig Shoemaker is in town for a comedy show in Pottstown, so he is going to stop by for a little bit, and we'll do all our Friday things as well. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day, and we shall see you again tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.